Yeah, I'm not sure that I have that link, sorry. I can redo it, yeah.
Barely.
Mhm.
I got an extra budget sheet.
Yeah, and then do you have the quorum? The spreadsheet? Let's see. Michael, can you confirm for the record that we've got a quorum? Hold on, actually, I'll just do it. This one. Yeah, we should be in December. I think Annie is coming.
All the time.
Is Robin?
Yes.
Yeah. As is taught.
Um, You do have a big one.
Okay, thank you for confirming that. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the December 2nd meeting of the Parks and Public Spaces Committee of Manhattan Community Board 5. I am Libby Hutton. I am your interim committee chair. First, we'll go around the room to introduce ourselves, starting with my interim vice chair, Michael Southworth.
Yeah, hi, James Michael Southworth.
Michael K. Bath.
Ronald Vikram.
John Harris.
Jason. Catherine Ellington.
And online, we have
Todd Shapiro.
Isabel Marks.
Charles Nye.
I don't think it's not this one. Is that gonna be this one?
Yeah.
You still have one. Okay, great. Okay. We have 3 items on our agenda tonight. We will be kicking off with the Madison Square Park presentation on upcoming events in their park. Then we will hear from Bryant Park Corporation and 34th Street Partnership on a RFP for 25 West 40th Street, which is currently occupied by Bryant Park Grill. And then we will hear from 34th Street again about an activation at Herald Square Park by Godiva Chocolate. If there is any item that is other than those topics, that there's any other business for the committee other than that to address, that is not on this agenda. If so, please raise your hand in person or virtually using the raise hand button. Anyone?
I'm Paul from the Parks Department.
Okay. If he wants to raise it for new business.
Yes, can you hear me? All I have is a brief report on what's going on in the district. I know that the Bryant Park and Madison have much more exciting things I have to talk about, but I would just, have that a short update.
Okay, great.
Go ahead, Paul.
Oh, thank you very much. All right. So, actually starting at Union Square, I know that there's been a lot of concern about the vendor setting up overnight. And so we've made some inroads with park enforcement, definitely doing more frequent sweeps. I was very surprised to learn that there's a very small cadre of PEP officers that are available for District 5. But they've been doing roughly about every week, going through to make sure, just to check, to make sure that there's no overnight setup. And it's made a very, very big difference. So that's really very, very good. They've issued summonses, and I think there's a little bit of there's a lot more respect on the part of those vendors in dealing with the space. Regular vendors, we have the holiday market, people may observe, has returned. It's nothing, it's the usual traditional setup. There are about 100 or so vendors, and they will be there through December 24th. Other routine activities that the staff is working on, obviously routine maintenance, preparation for winter and snow removal. We may get some snow later on this week. We know it's upstate. Lots of leaves, lots of cleaning up leaves, and also any seasonal water turnoffs at associated properties. So that's basically a very, very short summary. And any questions, I'd be very happy to take them now and follow up later.
Thank you for that update. I think that we can have you, we can follow up offline a little bit about that, unless the committee has any immediate pressing questions for Paul. Great, seeing none, we will move to the first item on our agenda. It's a presentation by Madison Square Park on upcoming events, and I think that I see Holly.
Yes, I am here.
Fantastic.
I have some slides. I don't know if I'm co-host. I will try to share. Can everyone see that? Oops. Is that working? Okay. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Great. Okay. So this is just a quick overview. It's not on any specific project, but this came up earlier this year. But it was hard to look at our projects in the context of not understanding our overall budget, which I think we maybe haven't fully shared with you all in the past. So this is a quick overview of our budget, so that when we come to you with specific projects, you'll at least understand the context of how they fit into our full budget. So this is our mission. I think the most salient thing for purposes of this presentation is that we are one of the few parks that raises 100% of our operating budget. This is our staff outlay, just so you know. All of our staff is private. We don't have any Parks Department staff, 29 full-time, 5 part-time. Hopefully, you are all familiar with both our park operations staff who are in the park all the time, our new ambassadors program that started in 2023, which is our security team, and then you probably see horticulture, art, and our programming people around the park as well. So our budget this year was $6.3 million, and next year we'll be going to our board next week for approval of a $5.9 million budget. This is pretty typical that our budgets are between about 5 and 6. It was a little higher this year because of our 20th anniversary of our public art program. As a result of that, we ended up doing 4 exhibitions, and we typically only do 1 or 2. This was the one last January, you might remember. So it was a little bit artificially high this year, but more like 5 to 6 is more common. Okay, so this is sort of the guts of it that I want to get to. This is an overview of our expenses 2017 to 25. You can see in 2024, the red is art, which is higher than it usually would be, as I just explained. Next year, you'll see that it's more typical that our park expenses and horticulture expenses should be the highest. One thing you'll see in here is that the expenses of our special events and fundraisers last year was quite a bit higher, and I'm going to go into that. That's the blue line. It's just become much more expensive to do events in the park and fundraisers. So part of what I wanted to talk to you about is how we're looking at changing and diversifying our funding sources a little bit. Okay, so this is our income this year, and as you can see, we've already been working to try to diversify our funding a little bit. Traditionally, for our first 20 years, we got almost all of our funding from our fundraising events, which was the gala and various tasting events in the park, and then individual and corporate giving, and then actually foundation and government giving has traditionally only been for the art program. We have not applied for many grants for the park as a whole. So what I want to kind of focus on here are not the fundraising that we do from people and corporations and foundations, but what you guys usually look at, which are our fundraising events, our earned revenue, which is really the Shake Shack concession, plus the marketing activations in the park, the film shoot donations, and then there's, tiny little other amounts, like we had the taco truck for a little while, which was very, very little bit of revenue for us. So under our license agreement with the city, these are the only areas where we can raise earned revenue. We're allowed 5 fundraising events in the park a year, 4 special events, which are really marketing activations, the concession fee from the Shake Shack, and film shoot donations. And Shake Shack's income is pretty much been stable ever since there were a million Shake Shacks. So we've been at about the same amount for many years with Shake Shack. So we don't see that moving a lot. But here's where we are on the special events, which I just wanted to share with you. This is a comparison of both the gross revenue, so everything we brought in, and our expenses for our gala in 2017 before COVID, and then this year. So what you can see is that the gross revenue isn't moving a lot. This year we honored Danny Meyer. We're probably not going to have a sexier honoree than that. And we still brought in relatively close to what we had before in 2017. The expenses, however, have almost doubled. And I think everybody in parks is seeing this. It's so much more expensive to put events on, and it's a lot harder to get people to want to come out for them. So this kind of inspired us to go back and look at the other areas that we're allowed to do some fundraising, which are the 4 marketing events that we can do and film shoots. So we are looking to try to grow that orange slice and that yellow slice, understanding that probably that light blue slice is not going to be as lucrative as it has been in previous years and even this year. So what we did this year was we hired Mikayla Birmingham, who came to a couple of your meetings to bring marketing events. She has really overhauled our marketing area. And so as you can see here, just by kind of bringing up our brand and being more selective in what we do and how much we charge, we have brought this from almost doubled how much we made on our marketing activations this year. And in our film, we increased our revenues by 446%. So we see this as really an area we can't do more, and we don't really want to do more because of the impact on the park than the 4 marketing activations. But we want to make sure we're maximizing the revenues for the park in the ones we do. And so just going back to what the income looks like, we're just hoping that we can round that up a little bit more in the future. And just really, that's the overview we wanted to give, just so you all understand when we come to you for those fundraising events or marketing events or larger film shoots, that it really is a fundamental part of our overall budget. And so just wanted to give you that context. I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Holly. I really appreciate hearing that context from you and a little bit of background for some of our newer committee members on streams of revenue. I know that that's been a concern, especially in recent years with meeting
Can I
budget.
just ask
But yeah,
a quick clarification?
absolutely.
So there was some debate around the arts programs budget and the parks budget. Does this include the whole thing?
It does, yes. So that's almost $6 million is both the art program and operating for the park.
So there isn't a set amount of money that's earmarked towards the arts program per se, of the revenue that you're generating?
Oh, we would not put any of the marketing money toward the art program, if that's what you're asking. Our art program has to be independently self-sustaining. through fundraising from individuals, foundations, and government grants that are dedicated specifically and restricted to art.
Sorry, so this includes the financials for the arts program as well then, what you just presented?
What I just presented does show the art. Yeah, let me share
We can
again.
go back
Hold
to
on
that
one
slide.
second. Yeah. Okay, so let me go back to expenses real quick. Okay, so on here, the red is our art program, and as I said, this year it was particularly high. It was almost $2.5 million for the art program this year. Next year, it'll be back down to kind of a more normal level. We're doing one art exhibition and actually our first major horticulture exhibition next year, which is part of why the park and horticulture is higher, is because we're doing that exhibition. But as you can see, you know, the park amount is always going to be the highest. And then in terms of income, this green traditionally has been all art. And then we get our art money from foundations and from the NEA, NISCA, and the city Department of Cultural Affairs. So that's the foundation and government money. And then some individual giving is for art, but it is not in any of our earned income. So these areas here, none of that goes to the public art program.
Okay.
Do you have a snapshot of what the balance sheet looks like, or just to get a sense of what the financial situation is?
That would be.
I do not have it here today, but I can.
In their 990, right? So that's publicly
Yeah,
available.
so we have our most recent audited financials are FY23. Those are posted on our website. We ended last year with a small surplus after having a bit of a deficit coming off of COVID. But last year we evened that out.
Okay, I just want to ask a quick question.
Yep.
So thank you for the presentation. I think it offers the kind of clarity that people need, because we are often only seeing a very small part of what you're asking in the moment with an activation. I just wanted to clarify, are you allowed to raise general operating support for your budget from a foundation? And I would just add as a comment, I would hope that you all would think about really creative ways to leverage some of your individual income with, say, a foundation. People will match dollars. I hope that you're trying to do some more of that. I appreciate that you're in times that are where expenses are increasing. The other part, does your budget account for the fact that you're now aren't you also supporting pedestrian plazas nearby the park? Is that right?
So we maintain Worth
bottom line is,
Square.
are you doing the same work? Are you doing more work for the same amount of money is what I'm trying to say. Okay.
So the only plaza we maintain is Worth Square. The bid maintains the others that are on Broadway and Fifth Avenue. That's not new though. We've maintained Worth Square since the beginning of our license agreement. So that really, that isn't a big lift relative to, caring for the park itself. So that has been part of our license agreement for the last 20 years that we've had it. I'm forgetting your first question before the one about the plaza.
It was about general operating support, and are you able to leverage your general?
Yeah. There's no limits on our private fundraising, so we can raise from corporate foundations, institutions, and individuals. There's no limits on that private fundraising. I think your point is well taken about matches. We are launching right now our end of year annual appeal, and we do a match. We get a board member to put up a match and match that. And we're newer to the foundation world, except for art. We have established relationships with art foundations, but this has been new for us to go out and raise foundation money. So I think it's a great idea to look at that as a match for leveraging individual donations. That's definitely something we can keep in mind.
Thank you.
Okay, John, did you have a question?
Yeah, it's a question for, I guess for the chair.
Okay.
And that is the numbers in the pie chart shown. Have they been sent to our office?
I don't think so. I think this is
I think so.
this is the first time that we're hearing of this, and this was more of a
I'd like to
cursory.
Request that presentation.
Yeah, I think I
That
would,
Be helpful. It actually would further their cause in the future.
oh, very much so. I think that especially we have a very packed agenda tonight. So I think that if we could review this again, and Holly, and maybe invite you back to have like a little bit longer of a
Sure.
conversation and stuff in person. I think that would be great. And
Happy
with
to.
that, we'll take a handful of more questions from our committee members, but
Are you requesting that they send it?
yes, requesting that they send it and then also that we can offline about it and chat more. But I'm also,
They agreed to do it?
I see you, yes.
Okay.
And I see you, Todd, and I will take Todd and then I will take Charles for comment from our committee members online.
Okay, first of all, Holly, thank you so much for giving us this big picture overview. For years, I've been asking, for specific events that you've been giving, what part of the whole is it for any one of the activations? And we have so many new people. Thank you for doing this. But just a couple of quick questions. First of all, why is it that the art numbers have gone up? The art expenses have gone up so much. You don't have to answer that now. We can talk about that later. And the other thing is, I've always been, where do you stand in terms of a capital budget, right? Is the capital budget funded out of these income items that you're showing? Or is it, what is the mechanism for that? And how far in arrears is it? Because, I'm in the park every day walking to work, and I just worry about, the huge sums that must be needed to maintain it as a state-of-the-art park. I know that we've had people coming in, we've had the Conservancy coming in from time to time and talking about their capital budget. I mean, if you come back to us, if you could speak to that issue and, give us some insight of the funding and whether it's, adequate for the task. Because I like to think that all this money that's coming in, it's being put aside for, the capital improvements that I know the park needs.
Yeah, I can give you a quick answer, but I'm happy to come back in more detail. We had a big capital campaign a couple of years ago that raised $8 million. We've been spending that down as we've done major projects. Some of our small capital maintenance does come out of our operating fund. So, for example, we just repointed the northern pool. We did an overhaul and renovation of the southern fountain. That just came out of our operating expenses. Bigger things we do separately fundraise for. This year we actually sent you all, I think, some of our capital needs as part of the budgeting process. We got a nice grant from Assemblyman Epstein. We are trying over the course of years to create permanent fencing around all the lawns. He gave us $250,000 this year to do that. So we are going to look to government, especially the state government, a little bit more for some of our capital needs as we go forward.
Great. Thanks, Holly. We'll definitely follow up more on that. And Charles?
Yeah, sorry, took me a little while to unmute. Sorry about that, Chair. Hi there. I'm not able to visually see the graphic of the chart, but I was just wondering, out of curiosity, I received one of those fundraising emails, and it stated that part-time security ambassador costs $25,000. I was wondering how many part-time and full-time security ambassadors do we have daily in the park, and how much does it cost for a full-time security guard? And do you keep track of incidents in the park such as antisocial behavior or vandalism and things like that? Do you keep any records of things that happen that are negative in the park that to keep an eye on what's going on there, so you know how many security guards you do need. And the last question is, will you be bringing back the music concerts that you had with, I think it was with Sony, when you guys brought in famous singers like Tom Odell or people like that? I remember that was very popular, and I think you guys might have, although it's free, I think you guys might have had a VIP ticketed excuse me area. So that could be some sort of venue, source of revenue maybe. So I'm just wondering about that. Thank you.
Okay, I'll give quick answers. The securities, we currently have 2 full-time. We're trying to hire for a third. We have 5 part-time. We are hoping to shift away from part-time to more full-time next year. And the salaries for the full-time range from $50,000 to $65,000 a year. We think that the consistency of full-time is a little bit better for Eyes on the Park, so we're still refining the program, but hoping to shift to a few more. And we do keep track of all incidents in the park, whether those are major incidents or just quality of life. It's enabled us, every time a security person sees someone smoking, someone riding a bike, a dog on a lawn, they record it. And so we actually, for the first time, have data on violations, every violation, not just, sort of ones that rise to the misdemeanor level. So we have data on all of that for the park, which is great. For music, we are considering musical events for next year. All of our programming kind of shut down in COVID, and we've been slowly reintroducing it. We would love to do some musical things. We just hired a new programming person, so we're starting to plan out 25, but we know that there is interest into more musical events in the summer.
Great. Thanks so much, Holly. We'll definitely look forward to following up with you. Are there any other questions from the committee for Holly? Great. We'll definitely offline about getting those materials and circulating it and continuing our conversation, probably at our.
Great.
Thank you so much, Holly. Really appreciate it.
Thank you all. Take care.
Great. And so on to our next agenda item, which is the Bryant Park Corporation and 34th Street Partnership request for proposal for 25 West 40th Street, which is currently occupied by the Bryant Park Grill. This agenda item is, I've assigned it to John Harris and to Michael Kabak. We are hearing this item because in the original document that created the Bryant Park Corporation, when a new lease for this restaurant space is created, there is a provision that says that it is subject to the approval from the Parks Department, subject to community board, the opportunity for advice and recommendations. And then the library also separately signs off on it. So that is why it is coming before us. So after we hear this item, we will hopefully take a vote on a resolution. And the shape of that will be determined by the committee and sort of the questions of that. But I will turn this over to Michael Kabak to introduce sort of the topic. And then we will turn it over to Dan to present and move forward from there.
Okay, so first, the areas that are involved are the Bryant Park Grill, which is adjacent to the rear of the New York Public Library. And it runs from 40th Street, where you have the main building of the grill, all the way down to 42nd Street, that is called the curling area now. It's all part of the same lease. In addition to that, there is the porch, which is a wooden area with a swing on the west-south area of the park. Just for your information, the intake of the grill is $24 million a year, and the porch 3.1. Together, that's $74,246.57 a day. We're talking about a lot of money here. And the current lease expires on May 1st, this coming year. In 1985, there was a terrace agreement that was drawn up. They had several different restaurants in the location. Apparently, they didn't work out. In 1993, ARC restaurants were brought in and they opened a few years subsequent to getting the lease. I figure from my personal study of the area that most of the people who eat in the restaurant are area workers and tourists. I think those make up the majority. Local people who live there, like me, rare but included. Bryant Park Corporation has been excellent steward of Bryant Park for the many years that they have been in charge of the park, and including their stewardship of the plaza. I've always enjoyed dining at the Bryant Park Grill, so I was kind of surprised to learn that a new tenant restaurant was being considered for this space. So to me, it came as a little bit of a shock, but I'm sure there are reasons, and maybe we'll find out what those are. The selection process for the new lease was begun over a year ago, and initially there were 35 interested parties, whittled down to 11, then to 7, then to 4 final, and hopefully today we'll discover who made the final, but that remains to be seen. We have learned that the outward appearance of the restaurant building will remain essentially the same. I imagine some signage might be changed, but mostly the same. All the changes, or most of the changes, will be interior changes. The estimated time for those interior changes is estimated to be about 10 months, according to the Bryant Park Association. So 10 months of downtime means no food, no cooks, no waiters, no rent, no work. Nothing's going to happen for 10 months, except the place is going to be reconfigured for whatever tenant is going to be taking it. So even if all the staff, which is a big deal here, are rehired, it's 10 months that there's going to be no jobs for them, which is a downside of this whole mishegas here. The final decision is in the hands of the Department of Parks, the New York Public Library, and Bryant Park Corporation. So we'll have to see what happens. The park and the restaurant structure, the building, are owned by us, the people of New York City, and the community board represents the interests of the community. So we're concerned with stuff like noise and odors and clear path. You know, there's a 15-foot path from 40th Street to 42nd Street that I'm in several times a week. And sometimes when that restaurant's really cooking, you gotta get by the palm trees that they got there and the lines that they don't tell to go around parallel to and it extends out. So I have a complaint about that. Cleanliness, affordability. We're concerned with the affordability. We don't want a restaurant in there that costs a ton of money so that the common person can't afford it. And good citizenship, quality of life. These are the things that we're concerned with. So I just wanted to inform everybody where we're at.
Thank you, Mike. Please, just for the committee to take as much of that based on fact and not the opinions that we represent the fact-based part, but we do appreciate your opinions, Mike. But thank you. And Dan, if you want to represent sort of the RFP and the process for comment, and then we can go through some questions too.
Well, first of all, compliment. I doubt we've ever had a person assigned to review our work who spends more time in the park than I do annually, but Mike Kaybeck does. I don't know how many hours a day he's there, but I see him there every time I'm out there. So given that John and Mike asked a lot of historical questions, including could we possibly find the RFP from 32 years ago, I thought I'd give you a little bit of background. I hope it's relevant. Of how we came to choose ARC in 1993. What a colorful history. The park was, I took the park over from the city in 1980 under the rubric of Bryant Park Corporation. At that time called Bryant Park Restoration Corporation. The park, there's almost no one in this room. I think there's one person in this room older than I am. And you wouldn't remember this, but the park was a disaster. 500 felonies a year, 1979 and 80. A lot of them violent, murders every couple of years, rapes, slashings, robberies all over the place. And what brought the park back was a combination of programs of the kind you see today. They weren't there in the winter initially. We took over the park for 6 or 7 months, and then we gave it back to the bad guys for their first few years. And then you see what's there today, the rink and market, which makes sure that 11 or 12 months a year, there's a flow of people that make it very hard for a crime to be committed in the park. With regard to food service, which is your immediate concern, the initial idea was to get some kiosks in there, and we begged. I got the Zaros people to maybe make a bid, restaurant associates. Nobody wanted to have anything to do with the park. Initially, there was around kind of an informal RFP in about 1984, won by Warner Leroy, who was running Tavern on the Green at the time. He committed about 2 years of effort to developing a restaurant there. And there was a disagreement between him and the Parks Commissioner at the time, Henry Stern, about the rent for Tavern on the Green. And that eventually drove him out of operating this. So the proposal for a restaurant of the Tavern on the Green type did not go forward. The park gradually was redeveloped. A lot of money was spent on improving the electrical system for the lights. Huge amount of money spent on horticulture. But it was a relatively efficient capital expenditure budget of only about $9 million. So you could compare it to those of you who know the Midwest, Chicago, Millennium Park, $475 million. Bryant Park, New York for once was the economical version of doing things, $9 million. The key was a variety of programs, many of which you see today, the reading room, the ping pong area, the petanque area, the carousel, children's areas, the now shuffleboard, areas where we do yoga and juggling clinics and the like. Plus, obviously, in the subject today, food and beverage service. There was another RFP, which ARC Restaurants won in 1993 or so. They were very helpful in getting the restaurant open because there were problems with the construction. Nobody believed in a restaurant in Bryant Park. But there were 4 finalists who eventually did. ARC won. It was a close call. The people who lost at that time don't speak to me because they feel Michael Weinstein stole it away from them and has made a ton of money, and they would have been there. And they're very bitter. Some of them you know, but I'm not going to mention them here. So ARC came in 1995, opening May or so, May 15th, I believe, and has done a very good job. We have nothing critical to say about their job, and many of the people in this room have had a lot to do with it. They've really worked extremely hard to make this a very good place. And the cooperation with the Park Corporation has been very good. Occasional bumps about things that no longer seem very important, including during COVID. That was a rough time for Park and a rough time for every restaurant in New York. And it bears on one of Michael's points, which is the reason the chairs were put out there was to help Park get over that period by having outdoor seating, because people were nervous about eating indoors, and that helped them build up their revenue. And our inclination is to leave those in place for whoever the next operator is. So that brings us to the present. Michael accurately stated the process of the RFP. Was interesting. A number of people whose names we provided, the names that we appealed to John and Libby and Michael. Some of them have shell-like names. You might not represent them. You might not recognize them, but they're quite a distinguished group of restaurateurs. A number of them didn't want to compete. after initially saying they had strong interest. And the truth is, in the 23-24 period, there was a weaker group of people dying to take a risk on a restaurant venture, even though as Michael said, as Mike said, the revenues from the combined cafe and grill are about 25 million, and the porch is a healthy number, like 3. So they've done very well. We've done very well as a result of their efforts. We put a committee together that's mentioned in the information that was sent to you by Kelly Collins of our staff that had 4 or 5 landlords on it who had recently rented their facilities to restaurants. A restaurant consultant who's got great credentials evaluating tablecloth restaurants. And our board of directors headed by 3 or 4 co-chairmen. So they were all involved in cutting the applicants down from, as Mike said, 11 to 7 to 4. ARC was one of those finalists. They're obviously represented here tonight. You've heard me make favorable comments about ARC. I would not want to say anything negative about them tonight because they don't deserve anything negative to be said about them. They've done a very good job. As Michael Weinstein is sitting here, has said to me a number of times, and that's been confirmed by people in the industry, it's not easy to run a restaurant with almost 1,000 seats. To produce that food on a timely basis is extremely difficult. So there were only a few people who felt they could handle it. Some of the smaller applicants dropped out when they saw how difficult this would be. Why did we make the decision to move? To answer one of Michael's questions, it's a long run. There's a famous restaurateur named Joe Baum who had a quote that's been repeated endlessly. A classic restaurant is one that lasts the length of its lease. So Michael's restaurant has lasted beyond the length of its lease. Originally 20 years with 2 5-year extensions he could exercise. We're grateful for his efforts, but there comes a time when those evaluating such things with the long-term interests of the park in mind make a decision that maybe that we should move on to a different concept, and that's where we've ended out. We do not have a final lease with anybody yet. We're very close. We are not ready to announce anything. Those of you who negotiated something with a tenant on a very visible matter know that if you announce that this is the new tenant, your negotiating leverage is out the window because you don't want to go back to the press and say, "Oops, sorry, that's not who we're going to use." But we're close. And I think you'll probably hear from ARC. They're all represented here and they're disappointed. And we understand that. With regard to employment, the other contenders, each were questioned about that. It's highly unlikely. We can't promise a job to everybody who currently works in the restaurant, but it's highly unlikely that most of them won't be called back for at least an interview and probably a job, but no promises to anybody. Mike is accurate to say for 10 months, nothing happens. That's what has to happen when you have a 30-year run and not too much has changed. Things need to be updated, kitchen, decor, and the like. And there are some who, I want to state this carefully. Some of the people who press on me in making decisions have felt that the grill has gotten a little tired. I've generally been on the other side of that discussion. I've defended the restaurant. I think it's been a very good restaurant, but there are some who feel that we should move on and come up with a new concept. With regard to affordability, one of my real estate owners once said to me, "Do you know what the dollar fallacy is? You're all going to find this interesting because you're mostly young." And I said, "No." And he said, "The dollar is worth what it was worth to you when you were 21 years old. And there's no way to shake that." So he says, "What do you think a chicken sandwich should cost?" And I said, "Well, $1.75. He said, "Correct. And it costs $11.75 now." So the prices in New York restaurants astound those of us who've been around for 30, 40, 50 years. But it's interesting, the people who work for me, many of them, between 25 and 40, I know exactly what they make because I set their salary, and I'm astounded what they're willing to pay for a restaurant meal. So that as a prelude, we very much would like to keep the affordability of the place. I think Michael's done a good job of that. I remember years in which he said to me, I haven't raised my prices in a while, I can't. Recently he has a little bit, not to outrageous levels. To me, the prices in New York restaurants are very high. So I and a couple of key directors have emphasized to the finalists that we would like to keep the restaurant very affordable. We don't want it to be only an expense account place. And we don't want people whose incomes are south of $75,000 or $100,000 to feel that they can't afford to go there. We don't have a final price determination. But we'd very much like the prices to stay affordable. It will not be multi-star restaurant food pricing because there's a lot of pressure on the new operator to stay within bounds of what we see as affordability. So I hope that's helpful. At the preamble meeting with John and Mike, there were other questions that they asked, and if I didn't cover any of those that are of interest to the committee, happy to do that.
Thank you, Dan. I appreciate the background on some of that decision-making process. I will hand this off to John and Mike to lead some of the additional questions. And then I will lead more questions from the committee, but I might abbreviate that to then, I think we've got a lot of public comment. But then if it's okay with you, for us to then allow the opportunity to have additional questions from the committee for you, give you the opportunity to sort of address some of that stuff as well. But just a reminder that everyone needs to be acknowledged by the chair for heading into comment, and then just for the committee as a reminder, sort of to frame some of what our decision-making process here is and sort of the remit, that this is a public amenity and a public park. It is a public concession. We are the Parks and Public Spaces Committee. The language in that original terrace agreement that I've circulated to the committee, like very specifically states that we are able to provide advice and recommendations. It does not limit our scope within what we are able to provide an opinion about. Unlike many of the other areas in which we are constrained, this is an area in which it is not clearly outlined. So, but again, like our remit, generally our focus is for public comment and for public forum and the impact that this restaurant space and as a physical building that belongs to the city of New York is going to have on our public enjoyment of a park space. And then also as a public entity, we care a lot about process and sort of good governance and transparency, and to make sure that, you know, the fairness of everything as sort of, we are one of the only sort of agencies and opportunities for public comment during this RFP process at all. It's really going to be us. And then again, our opinions go to the Parks Commissioner. And then separately, it will also go to the library, and then it'll also go to, I think prior to that, to the board of the Bryant Park Corporation. So just keep that in mind that our opinion actually carries a lot of weight here. And this is sort of our opportunity to advocate for the public and ask lots of questions. So with that, I will hand this over to John and Mike.
Okay. I guess at least in talking to my colleagues here, there seem to be interest in several areas. First, the process, the RFP process, going through that in some detail. And then getting a sense, and you've addressed this to a degree, what the criteria have been to pick a particular vendor, which I guess we can drill down a lot more detail. And then to the extent that you've narrowed it down to one or two, why those as opposed to those who have been excluded. So let's start with the process. As I said, several a number of committee members to mention that. So can you, just walk through a little bit more detail, not so much what subject matter you consider, but how did you go about, how long did the process take? How did you identify the potential bidders? Who did you, how did you communicate with them? Who was involved in the process to narrow them down? What weights did you put in your various considerations? You know, but I guess if you could drill down a bit more in the process, I don't think we understand the process.
Sure. Thank you, John. I don't believe in formal RFP processes, just to criticize the state of Florida for a second. They have an inane method of doing RFPs down there, which is called the cone of silence. You put out a request, you receive paper, and then you're not allowed to talk to the people who submitted the paper as competitors. You just have to judge on the basis of the paper that they've submitted. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. They still are doing it. It's because of corruption they saw in the process before. We, by contrast, had a very informal process, but we did have a formal RFP, which you have. We got, I believe, 11 responses we thought we really qualified as serious responses, roughly 11.
If I may jump in, if you don't mind, you go. I guess it's a question that's on some of the committee members' minds is, how did you, what was the communication process? I mean, what universe did you reach out to in the first place?
There are only
Did you reach out to, can you give us a bit on the criteria?
Sure.
Did you reach out to originally, not who responded, but did you reach out to 100, 1,000? Did you try to consider a range of different types of owners? Was it geographical? Were you limiting it to corporate organizations or individuals?
First of all, John, there was an advertisement, so we got a few people applying just who saw the advertisement. It was in a paper of general circulation. It might have been the Daily News, I'm not sure. But we also approached about 35 people. It said 28 in the materials we submitted. Somewhere between 28 and 35 were formally approached, principally by our restaurant consultant. Reading into your question, if you went outside of 457th Avenue, I could point out 5 or 6 restaurants that we never would have considered. They're just too small. They don't have the structure to handle 900 or 1,000 seats in season. So we did admittedly cut off tiny operations. There were some who were recommended by others, I don't want to name them, who we invited in because they said, these guys are great. And when they saw the size of the operation, they said, this is too big for us. We're not at that stage yet. That group was curated by a qualified person who was mentioned in the papers that Kelly Collins sent to the committee. And his background is obvious. He's run huge restaurants, Rainbow Room and Windows on the World, which are have the characteristic of the Bryant Park complex as far as number of seats and surroundings and the like. When the responses came in, we looked at them closely with a committee that I mentioned that contained 4 or 5 board members who were recently leased restaurants in their office buildings, which is a good background for this. We don't do this very often, so I didn't think I knew everything about this. It's every 30 years, that's not enough background. So I brought in others who had done it more recently. So they combined with our consultants and me, evaluated, and then going back to your initial question, criteria or question that's been implied in a lot of the comments you've made. Operating record, clearly critical. Is this a good restaurant operating company? Ability to serve multiple price points. Design of their existing locations. Obviously, freedom from any charge that they've mishandled anything. Relationship with their employees. corporate strength. Um, uh, is there a business like hand behind it? And all of those, some of the companies were frankly too big for us, we thought. And a variety of considerations led us to reduce the size of the qualified contenders from 11 to 7 and eventually to 4. One of whom will be selected and one of whom is here tonight. And and then getting to the next round, there was a series of conversations, some informally in front of the whole group, some smaller conversations with the operators in their places. I ate at a lot of the places. I've eaten at the grill, obviously, for years. But all of those things were taken into account. I'd say the average of the finalists was spoken with either in a formal committee meeting or informally 5 or 6 or 7 times. So we thought that was a smarter way to make the decision than the foolish way that Florida does, which is you submit paper and you say, well, which looks good here. You have no feel for them unless you meet with them in a room and throw questions at them like you're throwing questions at me here.
Right, sort of go back a bit, I appreciate what you gave there. Let me try the question a little differently. I guess some of the committee members are trying to figure out how wide did you cast the net? The beginning, we're interested, let's start at the beginning of the process. How wide a net did you cast? What sort of notices? I know you said one was in a local paper. Did you use social media or other methods? Trying to figure out how transparent this process is and get a sense of how many in the universe of restaurants, how many were aware that this opportunity exists in the first place? If you could just walk us through your thinking in that area.
I'll turn the question around to you. Only one operating firm has come to me to say they weren't aware of the opportunity. And I had eliminated them. I won't say who they are because they operated clubs that I thought would be inappropriate for the park.
Right.
The restaurants were more like clubs than they were fine dining places. But nobody has come to me and say, boy, this snuck up on me. I never heard about this. A couple of brokers who always have kind of an angle on things. You don't really want to deal to a broker have said, well, I've got a candidate. But it was widely, we had a savvy consultant who knew who the people out there who could handle something this big. And he went to those people and begged them to apply. We went out once, we went out again, and then one of our directors said, you know, you went out initially at the beginning of 23, and believe it or not, COVID was still receding. So the restaurant market for such things may have not been as strong as you hoped. Go out again. So we went out to the initial group of 35 to make sure nobody had been missed. And there were people in that 35 who I expected to apply who didn't apply, mainly because they didn't want to compete.
Is there a natural universe for this?
Some of them were based in
the country. I mean, would you say?
I wouldn't say it was loaded with Californian people. Some Midwestern firms, mostly New York, suburban, a couple Florida, but quite a wide net, I would say. It's just not that common to be able to handle something like this, as the people in this room could attest.
And how did you decide the notice? I mean, how did you decide?
Well, we wanted to give enough time to decide with, wise deliberation. So we started probably a year and a half ago. And it's been a slow process, slower than I would have liked.
Okay. Let me move on to a different category of questions. How will the park how will this new restaurant, whatever vendor you pick, what would be the key distinguishing factors between that restaurant and the current vendor? I mean, when you sort of started picking a new vendor, what characteristics do they possess or do they possess? The current vendor does not.
A menu, that's possibly new, which has to happen every once in a while. Interior decor, which hasn't changed much. I like the current decor, but we think maybe we can do better. Maybe some different operating ideas with regard to possibly to hours, possibly not. We think a number of them may have ideas to keep the affordability acceptable. So a number of the operators said, I'm gonna make people who only want to spend $40 tax and tip feel comfortable by having some items on the menu that really are slightly different concept than what you normally have. So it was a variety of things. There was a feeling, you know, I don't want to repeat who, but there are people who press on me. I'm pretty accessible and I get a lot of emails and phone calls saying, why don't you do this? This is no good. This is great. Congratulations. We don't like what you did. And I got a number of people saying it was time for a change. 30 years is a long run.
So all the changes you just mentioned, could the current applicant, I mean, I'm guessing that the current applicant probably said they could upgrade their menu, change their environment. I guess what I'm struggling with is you've been very polite and talked about the current vendor as being a good.
They did a very good job.
Very good job.
I'm not just being polite. They did a fine job.
Right, so, but there must have been some areas that you were dissatisfied with if you're going out to pick someone else. So I'm hoping to get the greater contrast in what I'm hearing from you.
Well, you don't have to, a lease has a termination.
Yeah.
And there's no pressure on you, if you're a landlord, which we are in this case, to continue on with the same operator, that nobody feels you have to.
Right.
So change happens all over Manhattan.
Right.
Even if the existing tenant has done a good job. So we didn't start out with the assumption that we had to renew the existing tenant. That was not the feedback I was getting from the members. Keep in mind that the boards of the two companies, Bryant Park Corporation, Bryant Park Management Corporation, big real estate companies that I'm looking around the room. I know some of you are involved in real estate. There's Brookfield, there's Tishman Speyer, there was Blackstone, there's Durst, there's Hines, there's Savannah. In their view, they have a $1 billion asset in some cases that relies on the park being great. The park rents at the park when we started turning the park around were about $20 a foot and half the space was vacant. I'm exaggerating a little bit. They made so much money on the park being upgraded. And now they're at that level. Some of them have sold their buildings and the new buyers have tremendous protectiveness about the park asset being preserved. And at our meetings, I say, I'm going to keep improving. I never rest on our laurels. I'm going to keep upgrading the park. If you rest on your laurels, inevitably you're going to go down. So food and beverage, we have something that hasn't been discussed tonight. There are 4 other kiosks not run by ARC. One a Belgian waffle place, one an Israeli bakery, one LBQ, and one Joe's Coffee. Those have been flipped constantly. Those have turned over a lot. Tom Colicchio ran one of them for a while. Some guys who now run a glamorous Italian place whose name I'm forgetting. Florentine sandwich guys. And they moved on. We thought we needed to change the concept. Some of them were Starbucks before. I see the direction of your question, but we never felt that we were obligated to stay with the existing operator.
Well, what about the financial? This moves the financial. What will be the financial impact of be better off, worse off, neutral?
You
And I recognize you have the 10-month gap, but separate from that, once it's fully opportune.
Good question. So it was interesting as Holly was going through the Madison Square P and L in effect. I thought, I didn't want to bore you, but I said I'll give them a 1-minute version of that for Bryant Park. When I took over Bryant Park in 1980, the annual budget was $110,000. This came out of the mouth of the Parks Commissioner at that time, Gordon Davis. Half of that money was wasted because they put the guy who was supposed to be working in the park in a truck and had him drive around your community board to other parks, Madison Square, Union Square, and half the time he wasn't there. So no money was being spent in Bryant Park. We do not get a penny of city money. We haven't since 1996. All of the money is earned. What you see right now, the Winter Market and skating rink earns, takes in 19 million and spends 12 million. So it's a net of $7 million that we're on a run rate right now. And then along with food and beverage rents and sponsorships and the business improvement district, which puts in $2.5 million, we have a $29 million budget. So we were concerned about the financial impact because it's my job to make the profit and loss statement work every year. But we said to ourselves, the mistake the city often makes, I don't want to be too critical of the city, but this city and others very often go for the highest rent offer. And you said, can we afford not to do that? And we said, yes, we probably should make that a criterion, along with the things I said to you, the operating record and fresh ideas, whatever. But let's not do this solely as a financial decision. And we pride ourselves, John, on the ability to figure out how to get over things and fix apparent deficits in our P&L. So for example, during COVID, March 12th, the day the town closed down in 2020, I turned to my CFO, who's on the screen here, there. And I said, so Peter, where are we? How much did we lose yesterday? And he said, we were at $22 million annual revenue. We lost $7 million yesterday. They're closing down the park. The restaurant's not going to want to pay rent. We can't do sponsorships because you're not allowed to have public gatherings, blah, 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 blah. And we said, we'll survive this somehow. Mayor de Blasio was good. He said, you guys can keep running the winter market. New York needs something like this. We'll make a set of rules with you so that people won't infect each other with COVID. And we somehow survived that. So our attitude going into this, and the board knows this, they listen to me lecture on this all the time. We can always make up a problem on the revenue side just by ingenuity. I've got a series of things on my desk that I'm working on every day that will allow us to get over that 10-month period and then start up fresh. We hope in March or April of 2020.
So I hear you saying you're not necessarily picking the vendor that can pay the most. Having said that, you have in your mind, I guess what I'm struggling with, you have a vendor that's kind of in mind that you haven't announced yet. Do you envision, how will the revenue stream of that impact you versus the current vendor? In other words, will the situation be enhanced with this new vendor? I realize you could have picked others that would have provided you a higher revenue stream, but will this one provide you a higher revenue stream than the current one?
Hard to say because all the applicants, other than the incumbent, said we can do more than that. We're looking at this restaurant and we think we can get it to 30 or 35 or 40. And whether they can remains to be seen. Is there any room in pricing for private events? There's a restricted number of private events like weddings and corporate that are allowed. We don't want them to do that solely by raising prices. Can they somehow figure out ways to fill more seats? Restaurant's pretty busy now, but some felt they could. So it's very hard to say whether we'll end out with less food and beverage rent in let's say 29, than we have today, because it all depend on what the top line is, because all the proposals had percentage rents as a key part of the rent payment.
Can you speak, it seems to me that one important consideration is whether a vendor will be a good citizen for the park as a whole. In terms of their hours of operation, how they treat the environment, their footprint, whether outside their from an environmental standpoint, engaging in best of class practices, whether they have happy hours that may intrude on the rest of the park and so forth. This, in terms of evaluating vendors, as well as the vendor that you seemingly have picked at this point, would you rate them as probably being a better citizen than the current?
No, but I think,
Different?
I think all four would be responsible as citizens in the park, stewards of the little areas that they control, which is only less than 5% of the total land area. As I said to you, there was one I knocked out who didn't make the finals because I felt that you all know place, but I'm not going to mention it. It's a club-like environment that has become violent at times in the past. We don't want that for Bryant Park. We want it to be busy at night, but not busy as some clubs are with scenes that there are some residents nearby who would be upset about that. Parks practice has been to close down pretty much at about 10 o'clock. We do have noise complaints at times when there's music, but for the most part, they've been good citizens, and I think any of the finalists would be.
Do any of the do either you or any members of the board have any business relationships with the finalists?
With the finalists?
Yes. With the
No, no.
Did any of them have any relationships with ones that were excluded? I guess we're trying to get a feel for. I guess we're sort of going back to the decision-making process and who the decision makers are, because I think now I'm reluctant to speak for the whole committee, but I think there's a lack of transparency that we're still struggling with. You know, how did this particular vendor come about? What was the decision-making process? Who made the decision? What was the relationship with the vendor?
Well, I
What's the
obviously,
relationship with the current vendor?
I disagree with you. This is a business decision.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry, when you say disagree.
Well, it's a lack of transparency.
No, I said how people feel. I didn't say that there is a lack of transparency.
This is a business decision. It's not meant to be a public popularity contest. Community board has its role. So does Park, so does the library, but it's a business decision for the board that's been, I think, a very good guardian, as Mike said, of the park. And needs to make that decision on business grounds.
I guess just as a more precise way of asking this question, because so we don't have to come back to it again.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yes.
Is just do you anticipate there being any perceived sort of conflict of interest down the road? Because you did mention that 4 or 5 of your board members had new restaurants come into their buildings recently. And so obviously, that can be very helpful by having informed board members.
Experience, right?
But so I guess I think in part an answer to John's question might be just, do you see any, down the road, there being a public perception issue, or if
There were
you're not
negotiations
concerned
that happened.
Yeah, it's a fair question. Just to pick one. There's a restaurant newly installed at 3 Bryant Park. You might know the park in back of it that has a Shake Shack in it.
Yeah.
Above that, there's a restaurant called Valbella. the landlord of that has no concern and to not affect his view of this, whether the park would do more business in Bella less or anything like that. One of the board members on the committee has the it's Italian name that has white in it, Pecora Bianca, in his building. I believe that's his restaurant, although he runs the hotel. I think he also has that. It was not remotely a consideration that it would help or hurt Pecora Bianca's sales. I see the point of your question, but that is not viewed as a conflict by that.
Sorry, John, to.
No, please, go ahead.
Please continue.
No.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, John, definitely please continue with your questions. I think that that was sort of a relevant one that we would need to come back to while we're on the topic. It
Yeah.
made sense to follow up with, but I'm definitely interested in your further line of questions before we open it up to a broader
I
set.
apologize.
Actually, these are just. I'll just mention some broad categories that we may have discussed with you, and I think we did in our meeting, but just so the whole committee can speak to them. I'm just gonna go through a bunch of them, and then you can address. Some of the answers may be obvious, but I just want to make sure. Footprint is gonna remain the same.
Yes, there were some thoughts on the part of our consultant that not the footprint, at least the access to the rooftop of the grill might be changed. I was not eager to do that. I was not eager to do that. Having gone through, most of you are not old enough to remember my battles with the preservation groups that didn't want to see a restaurant there in the first place in the 1980s. I really didn't want to change the configuration. It's a beautiful building by Hugh Hardy. The project architect was Raphael Pelli. He did a great job, I think. It looks like the building has been there forever, but it's built in 1995. So we really didn't want to go back and have a tussle with the preservation bodies. It's not a landmark. Bryant Park's a landmark, but the building is not. So the changes to the exterior would be minimal, might be limited just to signs, as somebody said the other day in our internal discussions.
Okay, well, be my next question. Signage, no material.
Probably change modestly, but you won't see a restaurant sign saying
Blinking
like
neon.
open in red neon or anything of that stuff. It's gotta be tasteful.
Okay, special events, you touched on that a little bit. What impact would that have on the overall park experience?
Well, they're currently,
Do you envision these outside, inside?
there's a limit that's somewhere in the 70 or 75 range, maybe 78, of the number of closures. And its closures is defined in a confusing way, but where most of the restaurant or all of it is not available to the public. Those are generally weddings or corporate events. I think the number of those will stay pretty much the same, whoever the operator is. And we try to make sure that those don't have a negative impact. Sometimes you have loud music at a wedding or something like that, but we get very few complaints because it knocks off at a reasonable hour, unlike a club where you could go till 1 or 2 in the morning.
Theme, you kind of touched on that. You said there's need for update. Can you elaborate a little bit on? First of all, what's the theme of the current restaurant? So I can understand what
Well,
you mean by theme.
I'm not the one to
How you
answer.
want to change that?
I'm not the one to answer that question. If somebody from ARC is going to testify, you might ask them that
Well,
question, but
from your standpoint, because
well, it's
you want to change the theme.
it's a tastefully designed menu with many different prices. I wouldn't call it, I'm not a food person, but I wouldn't call it French. I wouldn't call it, I don't know if I'd call it continental. It's certainly not seafood or a steakhouse. It has very few very high-end items. And I think it's appropriate, and we want to keep it this way for a park pavilion, which is the feeling of the restaurant building.
Did personalities play a role in this, or was there, as you mentioned, different with different groups? you look at the leadership in different groups, did that play a role at all in your decision-making process?
Well, they were all good salespeople. Some presentations were better than others. But I wouldn't say the personality of the presenter was a key factor. They were all good salespeople.
I mean, the ownership and the leadership.
The owners, they were all good,
So
all good.
and comparable to the current one?
Yep.
Okay, let me go back to two process questions. Can you speak, to what role, the parks department has had in this process?
Alessandro Olivieri, the Parks Department counsel, and a very fine guy, made it clear to me, and when we started this up, that this is not their decision to make, this is ours. He's more concerned about a subset of the questions you've raised, which is basically the RFP. He reviewed it line by line. He made a few small changes in it. But we wrote it, but he reviewed it. So it was more the process with him than the choice. You know, they've got 2,100 units in the Parks Department. The Parks Department has huge issues other than who we choose to be a restaurant operator. You know, all the things that happen, vandalism, crime, deterioration of things, inadequate funding, either capital or expense. So they've had a sensible involvement, but not, they made it clear not to dictate the choice of the operator or to say that we have to choose the highest bidder.
So did they say that they chose not to exercise, in effect, their veto power, or
Pretty much,
they don't have it?
They said they wanted to review the RFP, and that was the most important thing, and they did.
If, does Park have the ability to stop this if they wanted to? Or
I don't think they choose
do
to.
they, but I'm asking, are they part of the approval process? That's what I'm trying to
Yeah,
understand.
yeah,
So they must sign off on this.
Yes, but,
How, in what way?
well, you know, we looked into it and, one of you, maybe Libby, had sent me some language that, we believed applied to, 3 cases, but not the one we're confronting now, which is the expiration of a lease, but a termination, a default, and the like. I think in those cases, there's more of a public involvement in what comes next. But this is not that. This is a end of a lease, beginning of a new one. So they pretty much left it. You know, I can read into their view, which has always been sensible. Alessandro's the guy who oversees this kind of thing. He's been there for 30 years. He knows how we run the park, and he said, this is not our decision, this is yours, but we'll oversee the process quite carefully.
Do they formally sign something for you to proceed going forward?
Peter, do they sign unmute yourself? This is Peter Cirillo, our CFO, if it's okay, Libby. for an
Yes,
answer.
that would be helpful to
Okay,
answer.
Peter, do they actually sign off on anything? Just on.
No, they wouldn't sign the lease, but they would approve it.
Yeah, what does that mean? I mean, what are they?
Yeah, and that-
approving?
John is an attorney, Peter.
Yeah.
He's quite precise.
I don't know. I don't know precisely what that means. I mean,
But you're an attorney also.
Yes, but those are my life, investment banker, okay.
Cover our bases here.
Yeah, you're pretty good. So Peter, John is asking more precisely, did they sign some approval document saying we approved the choice of the restaurant?
not that I'm aware of. Not that I'm aware of. I think the only thing that would come back in writing would be a negative. They're not approving it.
Okay, so they could say, we don't approve it. And
Well,
you couldn't, is that correct?
to the extent that anything in the park is at is subject to the commissioners, yeah, they could.
And what about the library? What role have they played in this process?
Their big concern is the library is 6 or 8 feet away from the restaurant. once in a while, they gave Park a hard time about the things that were placed between the library wall and the wall of the restaurant. One of the problems with the restaurant, which the people in this room could tell you, is that very short of storage from day one. That has been their big concern. And I'd say the other concern, they were among the people, a few library executives were among the people who said it's time for a change. So that was a pressure on me. But they're not particularly concerned at all about the porch, which is far away from them, and it's in a portion of the park they have no influence over. That's on corner of 40th and 6th, more or less. But they have a representative who's quite savvy, who's been part of our committee. So I mentioned all the local landlords. He's a Washington DC landlord. He owns maybe a third to half the buildings on M Street in Georgetown. Very smart guy, and he's been involved in the decision making from the beginning.
So in conclusion with the library, they can influence your decision, but they have no sign off on it?
They've already influenced our decision, and yes, they have a sign off, but there's a document called, this gets very technical, and I'm not an attorney, as you've already sensed, a reciprocal easement and operating agreement, which deals with the spaces immediately adjacent to the library. Because here was the problem. This is ancient history. You're talking 1986. The year that a grease fire in the restaurant could spread to the library, and in the words of a guy who was the library chairman at the time, a very savvy guy, he said, half the knowledge of Western civilization could go up in flames if the restaurant is mismanaged. So that's what that document was aimed to protect.
But how would that relate to any particular venue?
Not particularly.
But still, they need to sign off on that.
Yes, Peter?
If let me put it differently, if they do not sign off on it, what happens?
Peter, what, do they get a formal sign off?
Well, it would be similar to parks. I believe the wording is that their approval is not to be unreasonably withheld.
But the
Okay.
determination of what is unreasonable or reasonable is obviously subject to.
I'm not an attorney. I've never understood that
But you
phrase,
need to
but
get
it's in
their
every
approval.
legal
I guess
document.
what I'm really getting to
Yeah.
is you need to get their approval before you can proceed.
And the guy I mentioned has been there every step of the way, so the approval is thought to be likely given his involvement. He stated his
From the library.
from the librarian. He's a very savvy guy, and he's kept them informed throughout. He's on that committee. He has no local stake, but he has a big stake in Georgetown. He's dealt with tons of restaurants.
What consideration, I'm gonna wrap this up because I'm sure everybody, I could go on, but if I was asked, I'm sure much better questions. Sustainability, what consideration do you give to the sustainability of the current business model, the current vendor versus the one you're picking?
Sustainability in the environmental sense.
No, not to exist and to do well over an extended period of time.
Clearly,
Not environmental sustainability, but business sustainability.
Yeah.
Which is something we also care about,
Yeah.
parks and public spaces.
obviously a big concern. I don't want to be doing this again in 5 years. And I want my successor to be doing it in 10 or 15. So a big concern, going back to Joe Baum's famous stick to the classic restaurant is one that lasts the length of its lease. We want this to be a restaurant that grows in popularity and does not fail. And we believe that with the final choices, that would have been true with any of them.
Do you think failure was a risk if you stayed with the current?
I didn't see that coming with them, no. I mean, to be honest, and I'm not just flattering the people in this room, they've adjusted to everything from COVID to hurricanes to crime. There's an idiot in the park who goes in and steals liquor from them periodically. He's notorious. They've adapted to a lot of things, and we never really felt that it would collapse under their management. No.
Okay. I'm going to yield to my colleagues, but in closing, if you could just summarize. You know, let's say the three most important considerations. In picking this new vendor.
That's hard. I guess I would say reputation for food, innovation, maybe, popularity of existing venues and whether they're trending up or trending down. And a solid management core. And, you know, I should say, Mr. Weinstein has eaten in the restaurant 4 days a week for 25 years. So that's helpful. I mean, not everybody will do that. That was an element that made him a popular choice to be renewed. If the owner's sitting around eating in the place all the time, things get noticed and the like. We might have that with the executives of some of the others. We might not, but that's the kind of thing that would make you think that you know. To be, I'm not here to criticize ARC. I think the ARC operation would continue without failure for a good period of time.
I did lie. I do have one more question that's important to me, hopefully the committee too. Can you, I'd like to just get your views on did you, one of the issues in New York, but in the United States, the ability of underrepresented groups to have opportunities, whether that be women or groups who historically have been underrepresented in the restaurant business. Can you speak to whether that was a consideration in your review process? If so, to what degree? Did you see any groups, that fit those categories? Did you see groups that were majority owned by women? I mean, I'm sorry, where the business was majority owned by women or other underrepresented groups?
The library forcefully brought to our attention two companies that owned by Hispanic people. One, we pitched them. We liked them very much. They had four roughly $6 or $8 million neighborhood restaurants, and there's a definition of that term. We liked them. They took themselves out of the running because it was just the guy called me and he said, "We love talking to you. Those were stimulating meetings. We think it's a little big for us." There's another one who's quite well known, and the library pressed for him to bid. He did not choose to bid. I believe one of the reasons was the same reason some of the other famous operatives. He's Hispanic. I don't think eager to compete. He's got a lot of offers to do things all over the place. So, I said at the time when those were recommended by the library, well, that would be great. But one thought it was big for them and the other guy chose not to bid.
But that was from, if I hear you correct, that was something that the library mentioned to you as opposed to that discussion originating within the board.
Yeah, but the library is part of our committee, so that was, they're part of the decision making. That was very early.
Just a point of clarification on that. Was that the sole, like the one member from the library who sits on that subcommittee, or was it other membership from the library and your broader board? One
was him alone, and the other one was the president of the library and him. They both spoke of a person who might be interested. I don't want to say who it was, but I love his places. They're in the village generally.
But they were the ones who brought that more to your attention. It wasn't a primary consideration that came up as a point of criteria when
No, we didn't have
executing your search.
we didn't have an MWBE requirement on the, because it's one operator and it's, they have to be fairly large. So we said, we're not gonna limit this, or restrict it.
What's MWBE?
Minority.
Minority and women business enterprise.
So does that mean there are not any restaurant groups in that category that could handle this?
No, not necessarily, but none, there may have been in the 35, some that were in that category, other than the ones we approached. I'm not sure.
But it also sounds like even without that requirement, it wasn't something that was high on your list of wanting to ensure that in searching out applicants, you like made a special case to recruit additional
No, I
applicants
would
in
not-
that way.
I wouldn't say that.
Okay.
And,
Catherine?
yeah, so I would just, while we're talking about this point, we have in the past here heard, more recently applicants related to, the operation of restaurant in Central Park. And the expectation there was that they would do considerable, significant public outreach. But it's a different place, it's not the same. So I want to be sensitive to that this is a restaurant that is what, 900 to 1,000 seats.
In season. that's
Seats
the
in
biggest it
season.
gets.
But what I would say to you, everything that I've heard seems balanced in one way, but I think there's an ingenuity and innovation part that should be way more inclusive across a lot of social, because this is public space. It is public space that is anchored by private businesses. I remember growing up what Bryant Park was like because my mother worked at 40th and Madison, and I
Really?
walked by there often.
And she told
And-
you never to go in.
And she told me never, right, anyway, that's another
My
story.
father
But
also.
my point is this, that the structure itself, so I'm sitting here going, well, can't we just have 2 restaurants that are like 500 seats? And then maybe that would open up in a 30-year one-time if you haven't really had this conversation that often, is there some other model that would also support the revenue and the futuristic effort of maintaining the viability of, a restaurant in Bryant Park, but also reflects really the diversity. People love Shake Shack because of it's the inside out story. It's the guy that started small and became big. And so this is another model. I get that, but if it would just help if you would hit some more of those points.
Well,
Because I get what you making very good business sense here, but to everyday people who pass by the park, who live in the city, there are residents in the city. I think that there's some ingenuity that has to open up a little bit more, this regardless of who you pick, and actually regardless of who's running it now, that gives a little more than the employment conversation. And, we hired this many people and they are, your demographic in terms of how the operator's operating. But there's a footprint in the park that is visible through, and I'll just give one more example. The Bryant Village concept, the Holiday Village, I think the lead on that, they opened up space specifically for minority, new owners, people who were not likely to fall into that kind of space. And so this is going to be a futuristic, long position restaurant that's still kind of not bringing a little bit more to the table for those who want to see the private part. I get it. It's private. It's more of a private, public partnership that leans in on some private ideas.
So let me answer the 2 or 3 questions I see you was asking.
Thank you.
We're very proud of the Winter Village is, small SBS, it's called, small business. And it was probably mentioned in the Times the other day in the story. And the one guy who's there now has Indian flavored snacks. He's very far. A lot of them graduate to brick and mortar status from our market, and that's terrific. These happen to be
Right.
limited to minority vendors, but they're far away from being ready for running a restaurant. The thing that complicates your suggestion, and it's a fair request, is that as the people in this room know who are from ARC, there is a 7,000-foot kitchen in the basement of the grill. And as the people from ARC have said to me numerous times over the last 2 or 3 decades, that kitchen is essential to serve the cafe on the north side and the porch on the west side. And it would be very hard, the kitchen for the cafe, which is the area where Michael said there's curling now during the winter. It's closed up as a restaurant. Its kitchen is bigger than it used to be, but it would be very hard to operate 3 separate facilities. The thing that is logical is having that 7,000-foot kitchen in the basement of the grill be the essential food preparation and cooking area for the other 3. And that's the way ARC believed it should operate, and that's what we offered. We hope that some of the better operators would want to run the porch also, which is that smaller facility that Michael mentioned at 40th and 6th. So that's really the restriction on it. And then Central Park, just a side comment, because I'm not sure everybody knows this. Those restaurants are unionized by the Hotel Trades Council. It makes it extremely difficult to operate. That was a restriction put on during the Bloomberg administration, and eventually forced out the operator of the boathouse. So we're in a healthier situation because that is not the requirement. Tavern on the Green is unionized. It was unionized further back, and then the city made the boathouse be unionized. So they're kind of restricted there. Neither, as far as I know, neither of those restaurants is strong minority investment.
But
Okay.
we could at least say they tried. That's why I brought them up, but I do respect that it is a different model here. And I think maybe some of it has to be, maybe in your presentation that you can relate some of the other parts that make for a more robust situation, because otherwise it just looks more private. than
Well,
public.
let me say this to you.
And that was all I have to say.
It's Catherine, right? Yes.
Yes.
The kiosks are up for lease next year. And those are smaller operations. And if you have vendors who you think would be good possibilities for either of the 2 kiosks on the corner of 42nd and 6th, or the one inside the park that's now LPQ, or Joe Coffee, please let us know, because we'd be very open.
And to that, I would say, look at the Central Park model, because they put it up on their website, open up an RFP, let people come.
We can
and let-
keep it to the questions about
Right.
this more.
But that would be,
We will listen to you and make that a part of the.
Thank-
There has already been an RFP out on those, but we'll make special efforts. There were a couple of requests that have come in, but it may be a bit further, so
thank you.
comment noted.
If
Thank you.
there are other questions from the committee, okay, but also I wanted to look at some of the ones in the room first too. But I would like to open it up, and then if we can keep these sort of brief and to the point of the framing that our questions are. And thank you, John, for so thorough of kicking us off there. Really appreciate that. And then we'll do the room, and then we can do online, and then public comment. And then Dan, if you're still willing, then we can
Sure.
ask you, the committee will have a little
I
bit
would
more
love to
room
talk about
during
the park.
our business session. I might open it back up to additional questions that the committee has, just so everyone's on board with what the procedure is. But again, wait for the chair to recognize you before speaking. But BJ?
So how much, in terms of the finalists, is it 2 or 3 that's a finalist, or you already have a finalist? 4. So what is the projection for revenue that they have? I'm sure they've projected a revenue for the course of the year. What was, I'm sure it must have exceeded the 24 or 27 million that are.
A few were more aggressive than others. It's a sales point to say, oh, I think I could get that to 35 to 40 million. Just for your context, the largest restaurants in the United States are probably now at about 40, 45. Some of them are in Las Vegas, some in Florida, some in New York. That's a big restaurant. That's really restaurant business, tough business. But each of them was kind of boasting about the fact that they could get the revenue up.
Well, of that, but what is the revenue or that Brian Proctor the receiving? Is there, I'm sure it's a substantial increase.
Generally in the 10, 12, 14% range, depending on which facility. When there's liquor involved, the operator can afford to pay a higher percentage. Because liquor is very profitable. To the extent that there's more catering, that's also profitable because you don't have food spoilage.
You don't have to, what
Yeah,
I
yeah.
want to know is what is the percentage increase that Brian Proctor gets? Right, over compared to what's currently now.
It varies under all the proposals, but in the range of where we are now, the ARC payments vary from 8, 9, 10% to 60%.
Yearly.
Yeah, all revenues in each year.
So the new proposals, the 4 finalists are giving you 16%, you think?
No, they vary. They vary in,
So you must have some revenue projection for the board or the committee to determine and say, yeah, you're not gonna go with a restaurant that's projecting, that we're gonna pay you 6%. It's gotta be
Right,
higher.
they wouldn't have made the final round.
Exactly. So what is the percentage increase?
Well, it's, we're not gonna know until they start up.
Oh, but they sent your proposal and you said they were good sales committee. So what was the percentage, sir?
I said they were very what?
That they said very good sales pitch, right?
Yeah, well, they all,
What was the percentage?
a number of them said, oh, we can get that up to 30 or 35 or 40 million, which is quite a big restaurant.
But the committee didn't take that, right? You had on your committee or restaurant owners, people who are operating, so there must have been a percentage that was something that was much higher, that was probably doable, right? At least 4 5.
We looked at, we had a certain amount of skepticism about anybody's claim that they could instantly raise the thing to 30, 35 million. But some might do that. Some of them run restaurants with that size. Not always the best restaurant for us.
Yeah, I think she's, at least if I can jump in, maybe I want to clarify what she's saying. I think that
Because otherwise I'm being
there are two
mansplained,
elements to this.
and I would like
It's-
that, okay,
it's how
what I said.
Is how much revenue the restaurant can make, but then a separate question is what percentage of that
Is coming to you.
would
right,
come
right.
to you? So if, let's
What is the
say,
projection?
you have a great marketing guy, and he says, we can make 40, we can do 40 million. Is your percentage scaled, or is it a set percentage? In other words, when you pick a vendor, is it a set percentage? Or some sort of sliding percentage?
Sometimes it slides upward, rarely slides downward, and sometimes it's just a flat percentage above a certain level or what they call a natural break point.
And so
which-
each vendor you pick will have the same or different?
No, they
different
varied.
Ones, right?
They varied.
Okay, so you could have someone who's 40% and 16, and you could have someone else who's 35 and 8.
40 million, you mean, or
40
35
million,
million?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, 40 million, yes, yeah. We didn't have anybody who quite that high, but
Right,
yes,
but that's,
theoretically you could.
Okay, and then I just wanted to follow that up, but just to confirm, like our understanding from your presentation earlier, that the financials, at least within a certain realm of the finalists, were not your final consideration, and it wasn't the determining factor.
Wasn't the only consideration.
And then
I had some committee members who I don't want to consider. I don't want to complain about my committee members in a public meeting, but there were some who were very much attached to a term that'll be familiar to some of you, a credit tenant. Is this from a credit tenant or not? You know, credit tenant is CVS. CVS, if they go into a space near this building, is going to pay the rent every year. to me, that shouldn't have been our determination. Credit tenants can be public companies or backed by a ton of money, or part of a larger thing that has tremendous bond rating or whatever. But that was not the only basis on which we made the decision. I called them the conservatives on my committee. There were a couple of them that said we should pick the highest, the most reliable and highest revenue number.
Yeah, and as you said, that as far as the bottom line for the park goes, that there are other creative ways to make up whatever that percentage is, and
Yeah.
the other considerations are a factor. Just want to like round out some of that like financial understanding.
Yeah. We feel we can be creative, again, whether it's COVID or horrible weather. We've had wonderful weather this year that's helped, or something else strange, crime. It's the chaos in Midtown streets has hurt us. Bryant Park has none of that, but it takes a lot of effort to keep it that safe. But there are suburbanites who are afraid to come into New York now because of what they read in the papers. So all of those are factors in how well we'll do, and then we adjust around that. I've been doing this for 44 years, so I'm used to those challenges.
Okay, I'm gonna actually take a question from online first, and we can come back to the room. Todd?
Yes, I'll be brief. Dan, the alchemy of the public-private partnerships, of which the Bryant Park Corporation is one, and I've been around long enough to understand what you're saying about how you've transformed the park and how the city, to its shame, doesn't give a penny. You guys know how to do it, and you understand the operating issues. So, absent clear problems, I wouldn't second guess you on any of these operating issues. The only thing I want to add my voice to Libby's, which is that to me, it's just the philosophy. It's a public space, and maintain an oversight. And in making your decisions, it shouldn't be to wring the last dollar out of your contract, but to keep in mind that it's a public space, and that when you pick your vendor, that it's done in a way that they'll have moderate costs, or at least appeal to a wide audience of the people that are using the park. The other thing I would speak to is, I've been in the park a lot over the years. I've done due diligence for liquor licenses there. I would urge you, if you can, to write in to your agreements, your licensing agreements, the ability to exercise your proper role, which I know you always have, over a long-term tenant that loses track of that. So other than that, you have my blessing, and you guys have kept that park clean, as have the other public-private partnerships, and just keep us in the loop on what you decide.
Okay, great. And Todd, I was only going to break in because it's not really to the city's shame. I wrote off city support in '96 when Henry Stern was commissioner, and I just felt we could run the park better if we didn't take city money, and they had 2,099 other parks to worry about. So I was making a contribution to those parks if they didn't have to spend a penny on a park that could be self-sufficient. So that was the reason for saying no city money. And no philanthropy either. We don't ask anybody to write a philanthropic check. Central Park business model's the opposite. All government, all philanthropy, nowhere in income to speak of. And Betsy Smith and I are buddies for the last 20 years, and we talk all the time about our different business models.
I hear you. The only thing I would say is the
Todd, if
idea
you could
that the city doesn't
question
pay
and not
for
a
its
comment.
parks
Todd,
is
Todd,
debatable.
we're
Okay,
still
go
doing
ahead.
the questions, not the comments, Todd. So if you have a question for Dan, otherwise I'm going to continue with committee member questions. And then I think we will do more of a comment period after our public comment period. So if you have a question, I will take that question. Annie.
Yes, to jump off of John's focus on the process a little bit more, and understanding there are still questions, it seems, regarding how your process originated to the place that we are today with the finalists that you're speaking to. Is there a timeline that we could look to, given the very short window in front of us for 2025, to expect an announcement, or to understand what your process is moving forward?
Yeah, I really hoped, Libby and Marisa could tell you that I really hope to be on your November agenda, but when you're trying to finish a lease, everything gets spun out longer than you'd like. So I would say the answer to that is very soon. I don't think we're talking about well into 2025. We may even have an announcement this month,
Okay.
and you'd be the first to hear.
I'm sure.
Yeah, I think we all have some questions about the timeline and sort of the process there. Which we can follow up on in a little bit, but we'll take a question from Charles. Do you have any questions?
Yes, Chair, thank you. I was just wondering, the four finalists, are they any part of a global or international chain? And I was also wondering, does a space have to solely be a new restaurant, or did you think of other types of businesses that could be in that space? And my final question is, were you keen on finalists that would have their branding or signage to blend into the park and not be like an eyesore? And will they be keeping or improving or installing any accessibility features like wheelchair ramps, or making the inside friendly for people with disabilities, including the menus and stuff like that? Thank you.
Yeah, let me try to, I hope I got all three of your questions. Accessibility, yes, the current grill has ramps and elevators. Your second question was Charles, right?
That's you.
It went out of my head. Give me your second question.
Types of businesses other than restaurants.
Oh, yeah, it's an amusing story. We were so skeptical that this restaurant was gonna work that when we decided to build it and then try to lease it, we had a fallback position for what to do if nobody wanted to buy food there. We borrowed a lot of money to build this from a bank that no longer exists, Manufacturers Hanover. To get that loan, I went to 15 banks, got turned down by them all. Eventually, went to the chairman of that bank through my chairman, and he was willing to say yes to a $4 million loan, which then his underlings said no to for another year. It was just very frustrating since the chairman had said yes. So I've lost track again of your question. I'm sorry. So we went to, some of you know of this chain, there's a British bookstore chain called Waterstones. And Tim Waterstones was still alive. He had started the chain, and we tracked him down in New York and said, if this restaurant fails, would you be willing to operate a bookstore in it? Because it's a natural, there were not many bookstores in Midtown. It's a natural match with the New York Public Library's rear wall. He was interested. And then we didn't need to call on him because the restaurant did well at the beginning. But I think the initial gross of the restaurant was more, Michael could tell you, I think it was more in the range of $8-9 million. So it was enough for us to pay off the debt. But we did think about other uses. And Charles, what was your first question?
Yes, thank you. It was, were any of the four finalists part of like a global or national chain?
They vary in size. There's one that was gargantuan, and two others that are similar sized, including ARC, and then another one that's smaller than the others. So it would vary. We're a little nervous about having a mega company because we didn't think that they would have an owner like Michael who would sit there and eat in the restaurant 4 days a week. So that firm kind of receded in our mind pretty early while ARC advanced.
Okay, Isabel?
Yeah, so the kind of original proposal, kind of request for proposals mentions overall practices of sustainability. Do you have any more specifics on sort of goals for sustainability in this space, or have you heard anything particularly interesting about that from applicants?
I'm a little vague on where they ended out on that. My general trust is that restaurants that have a public face with people who care about environmental sustainability will adapt their offerings and make their claims based on that without me telling them to. Parks Department did insert language on that when they reviewed the RFP. I remember Alessandro inserting wording involving environmental sustainability, which we accepted. But it was not a major determination of who we went with. But I think they will follow the practices as they emerge that are more environmentally positive.
Michael, did you have a quick question before we go into?
Oh, I guess I was just sort of curious if there was anything about like, is the new operator allowed to use like, or any of whoever it's chosen, would they be allowed to use their own name in the name of the new restaurant? So, like trading on the fame and popularity of the
Good
park
question.
itself?
We like the use of Bryant Park in the name,
Right.
because Bryant Park has tremendous brand equity. But we were also open to some combination of the operator's name and Bryant Park's name.
Okay.
So we liked that it was Bryant Park Grill, but we would be open to some version of that. We've been astounded. Bryant Park was a dirty word. For those of you over 65, maybe you remember that. The rest you wouldn't. But now everything in the neighborhood has to be named Bryant Park. The buildings, restaurants, the hotels. They were fighting over which hotel on 40th Street could have the name Bryant Park.
Yeah, sure.
It ended up with the Terrace. And there's the Bryant Park Hotel. So that I still can't get over it because I'm still thinking back to when I started this whole thing and it was just me. And I hate to extend this, but in the spring of '81, I had made so little progress civilizing the park that I said to myself, that Krakatoa volcano that produced the year that had no summer. I'm hoping for another Krakatoa because I've made no progress here. They're going to fire me because I haven't civilized Bryant Park. And I remember those years so well. So I can never believe that it's been this successful. It's just been, I never take it for granted, but we got to keep improving it. And that's every day we think about how we can make it better and do things that nobody else has thought of.
And then, and not to beat a dead horse or belabor the point, but just early on, had you mentioned anywhere like what your team and your process was for selecting the consultant that advised you on this? It was just
interesting. Yeah.
Was that competitive or was it just
Well,
someone that is good at this?
It is competitive. There are another firm or two that would love to have that position. I've had 4 consultants over the years. 2 of them, interestingly, at one time in their life had been the marketing director of Restaurant Associates, the first and the third. Another one was associated with George Lang, a very well-known restaurateur. And this one was associated with Joe Baum at Windows in the World and the Rainbow Room. I swear by him. He's very savvy. He knows how to tell me I'm all wet. He argues with me when he thinks I'm wrong. He's relentlessly negative, which drives me crazy because I'm an optimist type. But he, I think, gave good guidance here. And we've used him on kiosks and restaurants for about 10, 12 years.
I think that's it for, I think we do one.
Yeah, I do. I do have one question though before, and I will probably have additional questions for you following this, but I do want to make sure that we can get to the public comment. I think before asking some additional questions of you. But as we consider our sort of primary and then secondary decision-making process as far as the community board input is concerned, and the public element and the public space, and again, framing for the committee, this is a public entity, it is a public amenity in a public park, it's a concession. Would you be willing to agree, since we don't have the name of the operator, given this timeline, would you be willing to agree to an affidavit of terms that are relevant and important to this committee, such as affordability sort of requirements and accessibility requirements that you would be willing to agree to that would be then included in the lease?
I think not. I'd have to think about that. I wouldn't want the community board specifying at this late date terms to be included in the lease. But that being said, I've listened to all of your points and I don't think we're in fundamental disagreement on anything from aesthetics, affordability, accessibility to the handicapped. I'm thinking of all the things you've said in the last hour or two. You know, operating record, anything that's been raised. I don't think we're in disagreement, but I think the board would be opposed. I don't know what affidavit means, not being a lawyer, but I would think that we wouldn't want to agree to modify the lease based on things the community board wants us to guarantee. I think no.
I think that in this term, I think the tool that we've used certainly in other committees on our community board and in the past, throughout committees, is that it's a tool frequently used by like our SLAP committee for liquor licenses as sort of a guarantee of, it's all nice to say, like, this is what you think the terms are and it'll be affordable, but you can tell us one thing and then there's no enforcement mechanism. So it's more of a guarantee, especially since we don't have the name of the operator. I think it's sort of difficult for us to provide the official comment that we are supposed to legally be required, like, of the ability to comment has to be afforded to us, that it's difficult for us to provide sort of complete and accurate comment on something if we don't have very specific details on both the outcome and then, as we're talking to you now, more details about sort of the process. I think we can kind of comment on, but as far as the affidavit goes, it's sort of, it would be, again, mutually agreeable, but it's something that we've both come to terms on, that then would be added into it would go to the Parks Department, that it would be like I can't speak for the committee, but whatever the committee's determination is for that resolution that will go to the Parks Commissioner, that it would be included in that, just so that there is an actual binding agreement in some capacity on those types of assurances on affordability and accessibility and footprint and impact on the park. I mean, our other committees, whether it's landmarks, and certainly for SLAP, if this provider wants to provide liquor, will have to come before those committees to sort of an earlier take on that. But as far as the public amenity and, again, public space.
Well, having been a chairman of the board 44 years ago, I'm aware of a change in the way the board, through the Barbaro years, if I could call them that, made its resolutions. And that was not the way it ran when I was chairman way back. But it seems to me you achieve your aim by, in the resolution, saying we question the director on the following topics and feel those are important. And I don't know if affidavit's the right term. We wouldn't want the lease to be held up while we argue with the board about the form of a legal agreement to include those. But that being said, we haven't really heard anything that we disagree with as to the aims. So I think you're in the right direction. We're not going to go back and say, you know, now that the board's out of the way, we're going to encourage people to have $80 menu items. We don't want that. You can imagine why. But you can include that kind of stuff in your resolution to the Parks Department. And I think we don't disagree on most of it.
Yeah, I think to the extent that we don't agree, that's generally sort of like for SLAP, just as a point of information. I think we've got some newer members here. That goes to the like SLA and then gets included in the liquor license agreement. This would be a little bit different than that. And it would be more of our assurances are more affirmed in a way, especially because we are not in that much of disagreement. This board has certainly heard lots of yeses before, and then there's no real coming through on those promises. So it's just a mechanism that we tend to ask for and use. Catherine?
I think what's important too, as I listen to the other partners, parks, the New York Public Library, they've had a part in the process the entire way through because they sit on the committee. We're in a different position. We're trying to hear from the public, and we're trying to convey what the public is saying about what will be. And so what we're trying to do is, on SLAP, we're asking about things, the library itself is the good neighbor. They're the closest entity to the space that we're talking about. So my point is how do we how do we say to, how do we speak to this situation if we're not going to be able to have some sort of voice of the public? We're the localized voice of the public. And that is the dilemma that we face, that we won't have sat here and had real conversations about things that you have really addressed. And I haven't heard much dissent, but that as the public entity, we want to be able to say that we did our due diligence.
Well, I think if you put it in the resolution, you know, Alessandro Olivieri, the general counsel, is a very sensible guy. And he's perfectly capable of taking a resolution, say the things we discussed with Biederman were A, B, C, D, and E. We urge you to make sure that the operator that emerges complies with the aims of the community board. But the way Libby asked it, I don't think, not an attorney, so I don't really know what's being asked when the word affidavit is used, but we wouldn't want to submit an affidavit that says this is gonna reflect all this.
Give one example.
Yeah,
It's-
John.
It's not
Go ahead.
controversial, I'm just gonna make
Yeah.
it up. So, let's sort of go a slab, so suppose we said, we don't want, the restaurant to be open after midnight or after 11, or there's not to be any activity outside the restaurant after, or there not to be any bottomless drink,
Yeah.
or stuff like that.
All you can
I'm
drink.
giving you an example.
Yeah.
And.
Why don't you
would-
just say
would-
that in
you
your
would-
resolution?
But then you would sign an affidavit, or someone would, saying, yes, we agree. This
Yeah.
restaurant won't stay open past X amount of time, won't offer bottomless drinks. Well, you know.
Yeah, and those are things to clarify John's point with like an example from like a different committee, because
Yeah.
this restaurant will this restaurant will have to come before, if they want a liquor license, they will have to come
Right.
before our SLAP committee. That's just
What
procedure.
about the hours?
Yeah, but so I think that because it's like a public space, just this, I don't want to jump the gun on our committee discussions. But do you want to frame a little bit of what we are sort of thinking about as we start hearing public comment of assurances that you've given to us about like affordability? I know that in that original lease agreement, it says that the ambiance and the price points would be pegged to the museum cafe and then the American restaurant, which I think is in the Rosa Mexican.
Rosa Mexican.
Yeah, so it's stuff that isn't there, but because there was an opportunity for a lot of public discussion, a lot of advocacy from the community board at that point about your entire project to make it this privatization. That sort of input, to the extent that we have assurances that it is, you know, within a certain amount of affordability, and we can sort of go back and forth on the different ways to do that, or what it would be comparable to, or what percentage, or that once the operator is announced, that they would agree to come back before the community board to ensure that menu items are affordable, because again, it's a public concession. And as far as like openness to the public so that the restaurant's not closed for, it's just going to be weddings all the time, which is things that you've already said, that, which is why it's sort of an agreement of just, this is types of things that should be a fairly easy yes, which is sort of what we're thinking of, but just to make sure that we're not getting, you know, like
Promise that we don't
a
fulfill.
promise that, you know, we actually have it in writing, that the amount of, especially on this like affordability point, and kind of like that piece of things and sort of accessibility and whether or not there's a dress code or a minimum, and like what some of like those sort of practical matters of like public accessibility, which we haven't really gotten into as much in our questioning right now.
Well,
A lot of it's been on the process.
Why don't we agree that we'll come back when the restaurateurs develop their concept further and have them listen to the committee's point of view. This is all a matter of pressure and a direction that the community board would like to achieve, and I don't have a problem with that. I just don't want to swear that I'm going to achieve a given level of affordability or hours or interior decor or anything else, because I don't know. There's going to be a long period when the restaurant concept is developed.
Yeah, I think that what we would probably be asking for as far as like the affidavit goes, and we can talk a little bit more about this, maybe like during our committee discussion. I don't want to jump the gun too much on that. But as far as the like affordability and different mechanisms to do that, just without it, are you saying that we would then, the parks approval process, like once the Bryant Park Corporation Board has had their vote, that then before the Parks Department issues their approval, that then this committee would get a second chance to have you here and have public comment
No,
and then
that's too
see the
long.
operator.
That's too
Yeah,
long.
that was my question, is that without knowing, I
Yeah.
think my question is that without actually being able to provide full and comprehensive comment, knowing the operator and knowing the concept and being able to do due diligence in a complete way, this is our only opportunity to comment. We don't necessarily care about who the operator is, but we do care about certain elements of that outcome from the public realm. And then we also separately care about process, particularly as the process is whether or not it's contributed to an outcome that does or does not address certain questions of that public realm and how important it was to that process. Yes, Michael.
The Neuron Blanc was a similar issue with just not knowing the name of the operator. They had come,
The White Dinner?
yeah, they had
Yeah.
come
Where
before.
was it held?
It was held in
Union
Union Square.
Square.
And just the not knowing that creates an issue, but
It was a
It-
one night permit?
yeah.
Yeah, and
We
this
had one
is,
too, I think.
but this is also, yeah, you did. But this is also a much longer contract and a much larger focal point. And because it is this privatization of public space, it is this like question mark for us that we want to make sure that the public really is engaged, especially since this has been, from our perspective, I think it feels a little bit rushed. And I understand like the negotiations, I think we've all been there with lease negotiations and questions. But as far as not being brought in as early, I think that that's why. But we can open this up to, you can think a little bit more on that, but as we open it up to public comment, I'm definitely curious to hear more from the public as we then go into business sessions. That's a little bit of our thinking on that process. All right, and so I believe that we have, let's see. What? Marisa, I think that we have our public attendees.
Is there someone who's gonna speak first?
Yeah, I think there were people who were gonna speak first who had signed in as speaking first. Yeah, okay. And can you, before you speak, can you state your name for the committee and your relationship to the issue?
Yes, I'm Michael Weinstein, CEO of Love Restaurants, runs Bryant Park Cafe. Bryant Park. If you'll indulge me for maybe 3 minutes totally.
If you can just also speak up so that our committee members who are online can also hear.
Answers for you that were vague from Dan.
Okay.
Number one, the library and both the commissioner of parks have to sign on to a change. It's not Dan's decision alone. Number two, in listening to everything Dan says, first of all, he's very generous. He hasn't criticized us. For the ones to criticize, we run a $28 million revenue restaurant right now with truncated hours. Restaurants that do more business than us generally run to 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. They generally have bottle service, change from a dining room into a nightclub at the end. So I think you'd be very hard pressed to find any restaurants with our truncated hours with the reduced number of seats that occur during the winter months who do the kind of volume that we do. In terms of affordability, we've raised our prices 7% since pre-COVID. All right, so that's 5 years. If you listen to, we're a public company, we have quarterly conference calls with investors. I'm getting killed by my investors because they all want me to raise prices. And I say, I'm more interested in affordability for our customers. I want to retain customers. I'm not looking to make the last stuff. So our margins have shrunk. We're happy that we have customers coming back. We focus on very few restaurants. We only have 2 in New York. Robert, top of the Museum of Art Design, and Bryant Park Grill and Cafe. So we're not spread out all over the place in the city. We want to focus on projects that we enjoy doing. where we know our customers, we want to retain our customers. That's important to us. So you have a tenant here who has already shown you that the affordability issue is not an issue. In terms of, if you've got all the proposals together, and I haven't seen them all, I know my proposal. I would suggest to you that last year we paid $3 million in rent, and I would suggest to you that I would bet our proposal offers more rent and the possibility of more future rent than any other proposal, if there was transparency, if they were all lined up together. In terms of who we employ, who works with us, the only minority that I have in my restaurants is white people. We have the faces of the world in the restaurants. If you've eaten there, you know that. The kitchens, the front of the house staff, we have general manager who's been in place for over 25 years, a woman. We employ a great number of Muslims, Hispanic people, Africans. We are not trying to have you come into a restaurant and see a beautiful woman or a beautiful man at the front desk. We want people who understand our criteria, which is make the customer happy, make them happy so they can come back. So everything you're asking for is already in place. We just don't understand, you know, why this is even an issue. You already have everything you're asking for. So I went off script. Let me get back up. It's sort of ancient history, but in 1985, as Dan said, when this whole process started, we took a big risk in 95 when we opened the restaurant. We put many millions of dollars in place. There were 4 other groups that fell out before we were permitted to sign a lease. Restaurant Associates, Warner Leroy, Jerry Kretschmer, and one other guy that Dan may remember. But
Alan Stillman in the later phase.
yeah,
Michael.
yeah. So
All of them were pissed at me that I never gave it to them, gave it to you instead.
4 prominent restaurateurs couldn't get this done.
No, that you got selected above them.
Yeah, well,
They could have.
no, the Restaurant Associates had it in a drop down. Warner was trying to do it, he dropped out, Municipal Arts Society. Jerry Kretschmer couldn't get it done. We got it done. For 29 years, we have been a key partner in the transformation from what was Needle Park to what is now a safe, thriving park. It's been a great partnership with them and ourselves. Great. We remain a tenant in good standing. Last year, we paid something like $3 million in rent to the park. Dan has told me in the past that when he took out his $4 million mortgage from Manny-Hanny, it was us and the BID who were enabled him in the early stages to pay down that mortgage. He was in deficit for a while. And then we came along and the big came along and that helped him get rid of that mortgage. To be clear, this is not a dispute about money. I mean, I will bet you our proposal is better than anybody else's in terms of rent. Why would that be the case? Because we know how much money, how much cash flow is available to pay rent. A new guy coming in doesn't really know. So we could be more aggressive. I bet you we're the best bidder in terms of rent.
We want to give you time, just if you could,
Pardon?
we want to give you time,
Yeah,
just if you
no,
could.
our business is thriving. I think the COVID year was the only year where we had a downturn in the amount of revenue. Every other year has been up. So we continue to grow our revenue base without raising prices. This is about the community board to demand a fair and transparent process. Bryant Park Corporation failed to issue a written procedure for the selection of a new operator is required. It's required by a terrace agreement that's in place since 1985. That means we've had no timeline for the RFP despite our lease being up next May. We first heard a bidder would be selected in January of this year, then spring, it's now December. Our landlord has been unwilling to negotiate or even respond to us, in terms of when the RFP came out, they said a lease would be forthcoming, sample lease, so that you would know what you were bidding on in a few weeks. That RFP came out in the summer of 2023. We responded in October 26th of 2023, as was required, and November 1st was the drop dead date. We still didn't have a lease. A license came to us in May of this year. So that was the first time we saw what they were looking for. I mean, it was a problem for the other bidders as well, but it was a mess. Nobody had the information. The seriousness of this is that 250 people who have really worked hard to make this restaurant a success and make it a good partner with Bryant Park Corporation, most of whom have been there over 10 years, 50 or 60 of them over 25 years. You're now going to displace their jobs when we're giving you everything that you require. Affordability, you know, a multiracial employee pool.
Yeah, if you could sort of start to wrap up some of your comments, we just want to.
I don't see the reason why we're being, you know, told that we're not going to be the final bidder, the final winner of the bidding. It doesn't make any sense, you know. Plus, the process has been sloppy and not in line with the process that's required by the Terrace Department. We suggest, and humbly suggest, that the process be started all over again to conform with what the Terrace Agreement requires, and at least be extended until December of 2026, until the true process could be done with its transparency and accuracy.
Okay, thank you for your comment. And I think we have a second person who wants to come. Okay. Yeah, in the future, if you could try to.
I've been with him for 27 years.
keep
My
things
boss, so
as
don't worry.
concise as possible. We really want to get
Yes.
through as much comment and still have to get to discussion and a second element.
I'll read it straight from my script. My name is Diane Giovanoni. I am here proudly representing over 250 employees that work at the Bryant Park Grill. I am the Assistant General Manager at this incredible restaurant where I have worked throughout the past 20 years. With the long-term security of this career, I am raising a 19-month-old baby and just purchased my first home. I planned on retiring at this job. My future and the future of my colleagues are in jeopardy. I'm not sure how we came to this point of fighting for our restaurant's lease, as we have been highly successful, have been excellent tenants, submitted an exceptional proposal for renovations, and are willing to pay the increase in rent. If you haven't done so already, I highly encourage you to visit our restaurant. Here you will find something very different and remarkable. Our team is a family, and every person who walks through our doors feels that family dynamic. We treat guests like neighbors and friends, not another check we drop on the table. New Yorkers from all over come to visit us time after time, year after year, sometimes for a quick bite and other times for family gatherings. Over half of the 250 employees have been with us over a decade. 1 in 5, a remarkable 20%, have been with the team for over 25 years. In New York City, 1 in 4 restaurant employees keeps the same job for a year or longer. At Bryant Park Grill, we are not part of that statistic. If evicted, it would be devastating to so many of us. As one colleague confided in me, without Bryant Park Grill, I simply would not survive. Meanwhile, all this uncertainty is already hurting our business and our employees. Not knowing whether we will be here come next May means we are already struggling to guarantee employment. Half of our restaurant's business depends on catering and special events. We have already lost over 200 events at the restaurant because of this, and since a percentage of the restaurant's special event revenue is remitted back to the park, these cancellations are hurting not just our people, but Bryant Park and the city as well. I understand the community board's focus on the RFP process and the legal lease, but you also have a responsibility to stand up for the people of this city. Our stories and our livelihoods should come for something. Thank you.
Okay, are there other members of the public that would like to speak? Yes, please say your name and your relationship to, and please try to keep your comments, as
Good evening, my name
concise.
is Tatiana Stevens, and I'm a
can't.
server. I've been
Could you
working-
speak a little louder, please?
Please speak up.
My name is Tatiana Stevens, and I've been working in Bryant Park Grill for 14 years as a server. Thank you for sharing your time tonight. Like many colleagues here with me, I have built unshakable bonds and lasting friendship in the restaurant. This is not uncommon, and what makes this place so unique? What makes us all speak out so persistently and passionately defending it? I would like to share my story with you. 2 weeks ago, I was working my shift and Michael Weinstein saw me, we haven't seen each other, and he asked me how I'm doing. And he didn't ask me about my shift, he asked me about my health, how I'm doing emotionally, mentally, what is going on with me. Because he was there for me when I got diagnosed with cancer. Like everybody else in the restaurant, stood by my side when I was battling lymphoma. They were there for me in the beginning of my journey with chemo. At the moments when I had zero strength or ability to even make it to the bathroom, they were there for me. Everyone rejoiced when I completed my chemo and my scans came back clean. But before I blinked my eye, cancer came back with revenge. It was very aggressive. And what do? When death knocks at your door, you go back to your family. I went back to Bryant Park Grill because this is my family. It's bigger than the restaurant. It's a home for everybody of us. And Bryant Park Grill and Michael stood by my side as I endured the most aggressive chemo imaginable. And I went through a bone marrow transplant. They took the nation's official, non-official, as I received a month of radiation. The tech team with me on my appointments, immunotherapies, chemotherapies, day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year. So here I am, 7 years later, standing right here, and I don't know where I would be without Bryant Park Grill and people in Bryant Park Grill. But why? What did I do to deserve such a treatment? The answer is quite simply nothing. Because this is just the culture that Michael Weinstein and the wonderful people at Bryant Park have created. It's the same culture that brings many couples and people who are married or visit restaurants years before back over and over again. The smile when they see our familiar faces reliving their previous magical moments. It's the same culture that brings international tourists back to the restaurant each visit to New York. Bryant Park Grill, it's a very special culture. It's a family. I waited recently on a happy engaged couple. They're hoping to get married soon in Bryant Park Grill. And yes, it goes without question that park is a beautiful backdrop for a wedding. But after spending time in evening with them, answering their questions, my gut tells them that the cherry on the top for them to pick in this place was culture at Bryant Park Grill. And we sincerely hope that they can bring their children to see us at Bryant Park Grill in the future, like many have done before. Let's give them a hope to come back to. Please lend us your support because this family, this culture deserve right to live. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Are there other members of the public who would like to speak? Please say your, please say your name and your relationship.
My name is John Lee. 33 years I've been with this company. We put a lot of kids through college. We got kids. Their parents started working for us over 30 years ago. And now their kids are with us. We're putting them through college. That's what, it's a people business. We're talking about business. It's about us. It's about people. you know, it's, yeah, you know, thank you. And 3 years ago, we had a sit down. We said, you know, what's our footprint, Michael? We put a lot of kids through college. We put a lot of bar backs, became bartenders. A lot of hosts became managers. I trained them. A lot of busboys became waiters. A lot of hosts became waiters. That's ARC. That's ARC. 33 years I've been doing this. It's been a great job. Thank you.
Are there other members of the public who would like to speak?
Maybe I'll go. I have a nice speech, but it's about a minute long. Hi, my name is Michael Phillips. I'm a server at Bryant Park Grill. I've been in the industry for a long time. I've managed restaurants in Los Angeles. I started working there in 2004. I'm still a waiter here. I've stayed in this job because it has a unique family feel. Most of our diverse staff has worked here for decades. Bryant Park Grill has made countless contributions to staff for helping them pay for their own weddings, produce plays, start their own businesses. They've fed first responders on 9/11 and every Thanksgiving. They fed the homeless and hired the underprivileged to give them a chance to succeed. We've pitched in to help pay for funeral services for those who can afford it. My coworkers have gone on to become teachers, broadcasters, comedians, and even mayors. They've got married, had children, and watched them grow up because fair wages and feeling good about their employer. This dedication to us and the community makes me proud to be an employee. I'm sure there are more than 250, 300 employees plus their families. That's thousands that rely on this job to survive. I worry now for those caring for children with special needs, sick parents, kids in private school, and everyone else supporting families. I met my husband overseas and brought him here on a fiancé visa. He's now worked here for 9 years. We're currently working hard, helping his handicapped mother. It scares me that this is in jeopardy. I don't know what I'll do if we close. I've given so many years to the restaurant that I fear I may be unhireable. I consider this way more than a restaurant, but a cultural anchor of our city. These are the stories of empathy and investing in people for a greater cause. These stories will go down in history as contributions to rich human experience that is the very essence of New York City. And all these stories and all these lives and all this history are much bigger than rent.
All right, if there's no one else on the list of public comment, I did just want to go to online, but before any of that, I did want to say and share that and offer the board office as a resource to connect whatever the opinion of the committee is here tonight. That as far as resources for a variety of the issues that have been brought up for families, that the board office is available to help connect with the agencies for that, especially when it comes to employment services and like healthcare and that type of stuff. That I just want to make sure that you know that we are available to contact as a resource for that. And going to anyone online. Are there any raised hands from the public? This is your opportunity for comment. Okay, seeing none and seeing no other comments in the room, I will take the committee into a business session. This is for only members of the committee to be able to discuss unless I open it up for additional questions and the committee wants to hear from, like whether that is a presenter, whether it is Dan or additional financial questions or potentially other people for more information. Annie, do you want to kick us off?
Sure. I think one of the hardest parts in being able to give a committee who's representing the park and the public in the district that we service is feeling a bit blind to all the information. There's deep consideration both of why decisions were made and what the process was and how that directed the pivot in general, but more so the decision of whomever this next tenant may be. Are they going to be in line with the concerns that we've outlined? I don't have a comfort in telling the Parks Department that we approve of this with feeling like there's tremendous gap in knowledge and understanding that there are confirmations of what we're looking out for. We have no way of confirming that that will be the case in implementation moving forward. So I'm sitting here hesitant right now in support of how everything stands.
Is there other members of the committee who feel similarly as far as whether commenting on sort of the public realm elements of the impact of this RFP on like the public realm and the assets of the city, or of the process in general and transparency when it comes to that? And is anyone sort of echoing? I definitely hear what you're saying, Annie, as far as going in a little bit blind and not maybe having enough information to really give a thoughtful opinion to parks, that we don't even have enough information to be able to say that we can sign off on something if we don't have all the information on what we'd even be signing off
And I'm
on.
not sure if there's a precedent in the past for this kind of thing. Obviously, people are looking to not take forever, but in consideration of, I don't know what the precedent has been
I
for.
mean, this hasn't happened in ever.
Okay.
Yeah.
In 30 years, so.
And it was a slightly different process then too, it sounds like, based on,
Yeah, they're.
yeah, the city is very different now than it was in 1985.
I mean, for other locations, obviously. this
But
is
yeah,
very
yeah,
unique
no, but for other
infrastructure.
locations too, it's a little bit different. Just for context, I think you might have joined, but maybe hadn't been assigned to our committee yet. I'm not entirely sure. But for context, Union Square did come to our committee this summer. In advance of their RFP, they came along with Parks, letting us know before the RFP went out, they came to us to get our opinion and the public comment on what we wanted to see for the Ladies Pavilion and the like news kiosk that is on 15th Street. And they solicited that sort of feedback pretty early in the process because they wanted to make sure that we were included, anticipating sort of a longer kind of question about that because it had been controversial in the past. They didn't have to do that. It wasn't like a legal requirement, but they were getting out in front of it and were being like extra transparent. As far as like other RFPs, we don't comment as frequently on some of the ones at Central Park. We comment more later, is my understanding. But that is what, I don't know if John, in your research, you've revealed more information about RFPs. I know Michael's looked into it a little bit too, but.
I mean, I do remember like when Union Square was being redeveloped when I was on the board in 2008.
Right.
I believe with the Luna Park proposal, we did see the RFP fairly long. The park, the committee structure was different back then. There was a different chair. There was,
Do we know, and maybe this is a question for Dan, the timeline between the lease starting and expected, if there are to be changes to the structure itself or
I think he said
employment
that it's gonna be
included?
10 months. I think Mike mentioned that.
Structure of the building, structure of the business.
The business, sorry.
Oh, okay.
is that?
We
was
expect
an
that to move in
accurate
10 months.
characterization of like turnover between?
Turnover within the physical, but Annie, are you talking about the financial structure as far as like?
I'm talking about like door opens for.
I just
Okay.
want to remind us that we're in business session.
We are in business session, but I'm gonna allow us to, as I said,
Then
I'm
you
gonna
should
allow
just
us to ask
articulate
questions
that.
to
Okay,
Dan.
that's
Yeah,
fine.
no, I said we were in business session. But we're allowed to ask questions of Dan if we need to.
I'm not sure I understand the question, Annie. Tell me.
So lease beginning in May of this year of 2025 and anticipation if a new tenant would open a new door, you're saying you're giving that 10 months?
What do you mean a new door?
I'm sorry, not a physical new door, just they would open business in 10 months. You're giving them that window of time because obviously this is a big.
Whoever takes this over is gonna want almost a year to redo the kitchen, redo the decor, install their protocols, hire the employees. I assume a lot of people in this room would be employed, can't guarantee it, but the current estimate is that might take 10 months, except for the porch, which might move quicker. I might open sooner. It's a much less complicated thing. But I don't think anything in their proposal would change substantially between now and then.
Okay.
Did that answer your question as
did,
far as like
yeah.
the keys, the turnover timeline? Yeah.
It's a shame, but after 30 years, there has to be a period of time of
Dan.
renewal. Okay.
My next questions. Thank you. So John, yes, you can ask Dan a question.
Well, it may sound like a silly one, but, why? Maybe it's a question for the chair. Why are you here? What are you asking us to do?
We should have started
What are
with
you
that.
expecting us? What are you expecting from us? I mean, what is this whole process? Because what I'm struggling with is on one hand, am I here, and I'm just talking to the committee now, to approve the process? Because ideally, I'd rather approve and comment on the vendor
Yeah.
than the process, but I've been convinced the process is important too. But I could approve a process and hate the vendor and not like the vendor.
Yeah.
Or I could, I could not like the process and like the vendor. You know, there are all these different scenarios, so I'm a little confused, quite frankly, of
The ask
you
of
know,
us.
what.
I think,
the ask- and, I mean, but I would, I'd like to just hear, first of all, just from Dan. You came here with what expectations from us? I'd just like to get your perspective as part, so when we have the deliberation, we can include that.
Having been a chairman of the board back 44 years ago, I do believe the community board process is a good one. I've got to say, I'm impressed with the level of, not only on my items, but others. I'm aware of what you guys do. It's a better run board than when I ran it 44 years ago. There's much more focus in the reports, et cetera. So seeing that there was a requirement to come, I was positive about that. I guess one answer to your question is I would hope that you would recognize this. Over the years, I faced immense opposition in doing what I did in Bryant Park, from preservationists, from people who didn't think I should be allowed to take the job because I was chairman of Community Board 5. They said it was a conflict of interest, all kinds of other things. And I would hope that the board thinks I've been a good steward of Bryant Park. It's internationally famous as a great place to be. I think we're killing Rockefeller Center right now as a place for tourists to come have a great time. It's much more democratic and small D than Rockefeller Center. There are more places to go and the like. So I guess one answer to your question is I was hoping you would say these guys have been good stewards. They've had a responsible process. They think with the expiration of the prior lease, it's a good idea to bring in people and we're on board with that.
But it sounds like they're at the core, and Libby, maybe you can just help me understand personally. You're here because you have to be, you're required to, you use the word required. So,
well, we've come
because we've had a discussion also, like who's the applicant and it's.
Yeah.
I don't wanna.
Well,
get into all that. all
We've
the
come at other
details.
times when we weren't required to
Right,
be.
but are you required today to be here?
Well, I think the Parks Department would have been unhappy if I
No,
said I
that's
refused
not my
to
question.
appear.
My question is,
before
are you
Board 5.
required to be here?
Huh?
Are you legally required to be here today?
I don't know if I can answer that. I don't know if it's a legal requirement, but it's nothing that we would be interested.
I think
in
it
finding.
might be that,
Well, have you
I think
applied to
that-
us for anything?
I
Or-
think that technically, maybe this is a better way to answer it. I think that the community board sort of at large needs to be granted, like, provided the opportunity to provide advice and recommendation
On what?
on the
As
new,
an applicant.
on the operator, on the, like,
Which
a
we don't
chosen
know.
operator, which we
Which
do not
don't
know.
So.
Prior to, but also it's on the operator and like the selection of the operator. It is both like prior, like to approve that operator and there's no
But the
scope.
process is pretty much
Yeah,
over now.
the scope, in theory, the scope is whatever we say it is undefined, but the opportunity to provide comment, that does not necessarily mean that we can ask Dan to come and Bryant Park Corporation to come if it wasn't you, if it was a different executive director, to come and give us more information, but we could have been stonewalled, in which case then I think it would have been a pretty easy no, because there wouldn't be anything to say. So I think that, it's a everybody wins as far as at least having a conversation. But I think that the Parks Department needs to have given us the opportunity to provide them with comment and approval
It seems
prior to
like-
that.
It seems like a bit of the city seeking an implementation of securing public input.
Yeah.
And that's our footprint on the process right here.
Because this is the only comment period for the public. Because the only people who are going to weigh in on this is the Bryant Park Corporation in their selection process. We are generally the forum, or Marisa may have a little bit more information about this if there's anyone I'm forgetting, but it's us,
The park is asking.
the
us-
park commissioner.
Park Commission is asking us, are we okay with who's being chosen or with the process?
They have just said to weigh in. That piece where we are given the grant is we can weigh in on anything we want. We could say, I think hypothetically, we could say, we don't like whatever certain type of food.
Right.
But that is not beyond the scope of, what a community board really public comment is.
Right.
That is who our report will go to. Our whatever resolution that we pass and whatever content that we pass, is then, smushed into a letter and sent off to the Parks Commissioner prior to them giving their approval or denial. And then it's unclear as where in that timeline simultaneously the library also has to provide their
Which
approval.
is less direction than we typically get.
Yeah.
By way of approving it.
But also any sort of these.
Can I say something?
Let me let Murnall go first and then we can come to you, Todd.
Any lease that is signed between Bryant Park Corporation and the new provider will be contingent on approval by the parks and the library. We established that at least.
We've established that,
established
but
that.
we're being asked to provide comment prior to that operator being chosen,
So.
which is a
we-
little
we can't
bit,
Comment on the lease because we don't know what it looks like.
and we don't know,
We
and
can comment on the operator because we don't know who it is.
we don't know who it is. So
And we
it
can comment on
becomes,
the process because the process is long over now at this point.
well, we can comment on the process because we weren't included in it. I think that it's within our scope because questions have come up as we've heard from the public comment period, about the questions
to what
of
end, though?
what the process was. More just, if it's the only opportunity for public comment, and if we think that as a public entity, the oversight element of providing a check on a privatized park is such that this is the only opportunity for a public forum to comment at all on a process. It's sort of, we didn't comment on the RFP when it came out, but we could comment on whether it was carried out sort of in accordance with
So
what
just to
seems
jump
reasonable.
forward
Did it
just a
include
little
staff?
bit. So could we say then in our letters, if we choose to write one, to say, we have reservations about the process,
Yes,
could have been handled differently and better or worse, however, we've reservations in the process, but we would like an opportunity to review the lease
yes.
and
we
provide
could-
our comments.
Yeah, so I think the question for us on the process piece is, yeah, so it's sort of a question of whether or not we think whatever process questions we have, or sort of like things that don't seem consistent. That whether or not those questions seem to rise to the level of being disqualifying for the entire process to start over, or whether we think it falls within a landlord-tenant sort of disagreement process, which is not the purview of like this committee or really any sort of public realm. And we can sort of comment on like the process to which like transparency is important, and have asked the parks do a better, like we can ask them to dig more into due diligence while they are reviewing sort of the financials, which is what they have told us is like their primary piece of review, but sort of the public forum to comment is on that. But that's a question for.
Is that what the Parks
but
and
Michael
Board
is,
said?
Well,
the
so
second part of it.
this is an interesting and a little bit complicated situation because of the way the Bryant Park Corporation is structured and its own sort of agreements with the city that were made a very long time ago.
And the library.
And the library that are very different than probably really any other
Anywhere else.
park
Sure.
concession. Because like, there are things in the New York City Charter about how concessions are awarded, and that you have to give 30 days notice, and the community board would have to have that opportunity to comment. However, in this situation, depending on the language of whether it's the terrace agreement or the original agreement that the city made with the Bryant Parks Corporation, in this particular situation, it may not be required the exact same way, and really only the commissioner and the library itself have the ability to reject it for reasonable grounds, but they can't just delay it or reject it for unreasonable grounds. So in that case, this is sort of a little, from my lay perspective, strikes me as a little different than, and there is the argument that they've done a very good job for 30 years. But at the same time, this is the other reality is that it is still public.
But
So,
can I just
if that helps
clarify? So the
Yeah.
Parks Department said that that the degree of their due diligence was financial only.
That
that-
is what when we were asking for clarification and guidance, they came back to us and said there was some confusion about what we meant their review process would be. And then we asked for further clarification of it, and they were like, oh, no, we do review that. But they are concerned more with the financials, and sort of vetting the financial element of, is this a viable conclusion as opposed to anything to do with the process, because they were also partly involved in the process early on.
Well, that kind of renders our role pretty moot then.
Well, they'll consider, I mean, they have to, in theory, consider whatever we say, but it's also a chance for us to get things on the record as far as what our board and our committee feels is important. So that's sort of a question of whether we could ask them to say the process, again, to John's point, we can kind of structure our resolution and or affidavit if we want to go that route or ask. We can structure it in a way where we can say we have grave concerns, or we think the process was great, but we don't know the applicant. We don't actually know the chosen operator. So,
And the terms of use.
and the terms, and there's no guarantee of an affidavit, or there is a guarantee. And there's a variety of permutations of this that we can take. But those are all questions for the committee. Now that we've heard stuff, I think that taking each concern that we've heard and breaking it down to see what threshold
and
it rises to.
you could conversely make the argument that that obligation of, say, 30-day notice from the Parks Department to us, that they can't surrender that to a third party, and that would still be triggered. But I don't think we're at that stage or at any.
Also, we don't know if it applies.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So you're right. It could be that our ability to comment is moot, or it could be that it's the same as any other concession, and we don't know. And maybe that is something we need to, get an answer.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely, there have been questions. This is a question for the committee, to the extent that we, feel we can provide comment. Do we have enough information? Do we need to ask Dan more questions that he may or may not be able to give us answers to? But those are all sort of questions from what we've heard tonight with the testimony, where we can kind of come down on this, but we do need to provide, it's been asked of us to provide, the Parks Department has asked us to weigh in now.
Did they submit that in writing? May I see?
They-
Did
no.
they ask us in writing what they want from you?
No, they didn't.
Was it, they just called up and said, what?
It's in the terrace agreement that the parks will make its decision after it's heard from the community.
I thought I heard someone say the parks reached out to us.
We asked for clarification on our role within
So if
this
we
and
hadn't gone to
directed.
them, they wouldn't have come to us.
I think they might have,
Right.
the order of it is a little
I mean,
bit,
I think Dan understands the process. It's part of the host agreement. I don't think Parks would have proceeded without it coming to us, whether Dan brought it to us and they would have brought
Yeah.
it to us, but
Right.
they are not going to comment until they have received
Something.
Because again, I think
a
this is like the
recommendation
public
from the community
input
board.
layer.
That can be
Yeah.
anything,
Okay.
from no comment to whatever your resolution
So
is.
they've said that,
Yes.
that they need our input. So they.
well, legally it's
That's what
required.
I'm
I think-
saying. they didn't ask us, they didn't say that to us, right? I'm just trying to understand. I'm a little slow.
Yeah.
Did they ask for that, or we're saying because we read an agreement, we presume that they need this from us?
The application is not coming to us from the Parks Department.
Who is it
It
coming
is
from?
coming, it's coming to us from, the Bryant Park Corporation.
But why is it coming right now?
That's.
Why
Yeah,
is it coming to us
I think
right
that
now?
there's a question on the timeline. I think that is a fair question.
Why was it not, to the extent that we are involved in the process, why are we not involved in the process? Why are we being
We tried
informed?
to clarify our role with Parks and they did not answer the question satisfactorily.
Is there a written, application? Is there a written application?
There has not been a written application.
So-
It has just been
So what's
the materials
basis
that you
of saying
were,
it's an application?
it is not technically not, it is a forum to provide comment. This is one of those, it's not an active marketing activation application or a liquor license application or an application for alteration of a landmark.
So it has to be, my suggestion is that at the very least, our role would be to respond to what we've heard from public comments. That would be to go on record. There's definitely that role. That's what we do. We hear the public, and we try to synthesize what we've heard into the relevance of what the applicant is saying. And so anytime there is an applicant in the room and we don't have the tools that we normally would have, and it's been 30 years since this has been.
30 years.
Right,
it's
but
a
what
good
hasn't
team.
changed is the public voice. So people have commented, and that needs to go in whatever it is we can speak to. We can only speak to.
Well, the public comment is just one that.
Hey, can I say something?
Yeah,
with them?
yeah, Todd, Todd, you can ask your question or make your comment now.
I think I think that historically, the way our committee would deal with an issue like this, and it is a big issue. Bryant Park is a big public space along with the others in our community. I think what Catherine said is true. We take into account the public comment. In the case of our committee, we have a long-standing point of view about how the park, how their contracts and the way the Bryant Park Corporation should frame their operations so they keep in mind the public benefit. Dan has already gone out of his way to say that on a lot of the major thematic issues we've heard discussed tonight by all of us, that he's in agreement with most of those. The issue of trying to get involved in the actual operational aspects, it's too late. And quite honestly, in my experience over 9 years, because of their operating agreement, we really don't have much direct influence. If we feel strongly that we should have been brought into the process earlier, or the process has glaring aspects that have gone off the rails, we should comment on it. I think that among all of us, we have a good sense of what the 4 or 5 broad concerns are. We should give the Bryant Park Corporation the benefit of the doubt. I don't know that an affidavit is the appropriate vehicle for this type of application, but what would be consistent with our past efforts, we have 4 or 5 broad ideas and concerns. I do think that not having the information about their ultimate lessee is relevant. We can simply state in our resolution that when they know who it is, we'll explain what are the important things that we hope they keep in mind when they make this decision. And I thought I heard Dan say that he would come back once they've picked the person if we have strong feelings, or it's somebody that has a known history or is arguably not the right one based on what we've heard tonight or past history. We'll comment on it at that time. And I think that's the best we can do. And I think we have more than enough to craft a resolution that can guide the Bryant Park Corporation and would be consistent with our past principles.
Okay, Charles.
Yes, hi. I'm still feeling really uneasy and confused why the excuse of new blood is a reason for making potentially 300 people unemployed, especially since we're living in hard times, as we know, and with a business that isn't failing. The current tenant is succeeding, and it's making profit. It's well established. It has a customer base. I just don't understand the rationale for keeping a restaurant empty for 10 months, not making any money, not getting any customers while it gets fixed up for a new tenant when there's already a tenant there who is already doing what they're meant to be doing and well established. So I'm really concerned about the loss. And we're not talking about 10 employees losing their jobs, which is still bad. We're talking about a very large number of New Yorkers. You know, I think it was said 250 or 300 employees out of work for 10 months. And we know that it's very difficult to find a job. And especially, you know, in a city where most restaurants, you know, already have wait staff and things like that. So I'm just trying to understand, like, why this decision has come now, why all of a sudden, I think the comment was made that they felt like this was a business that's got, you know, that it's become tired, it's, you know, it's time for new blood and all that sort of thing. But I'm just wondering how that has, you know, come to fruition. It's, you know, and also I'm not happy with the process. I think lack of transparency, big time. But also, I'd like to know. I think we actually have a rep from our board who sits on these bids, and I'm just wondering if our Bryant Park rep would have been would have had preview to these meetings on you know, what was going on with decisions to have a new operator. But I would only be happy with this process if the operator, whoever's picked, guarantees all those 250 people a job, and that's, you know, put in writing, or at least pays their wages for the time that they're been made unemployed for that 10-month period. So that's the only way I would be happy. But apart from that, the public has spoken, and you know, I just don't think it makes sense making people unemployed in that large amount of employees too. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. Just to follow up on that, Marisa, do you happen to know who the bid rep was at Bryant Park? I know now it's Murnall, and I'm the alternate, but that has just gone into effect.
Changed a lot.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
there's
that
been
has
some
really just
turnover.
gone into effect, so I don't think.
Yeah, it's not, yeah, just to
Right?
follow up on that point of information for Charles.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't believe the person that's the rep is a member of the board anymore, but I don't want to misspeak, so I'd have to check.
Okay. Thank you on that. What? Yeah, and I think that at least one of the alternates is another member who is not currently with us right now to be able to speak to that. But I don't know that they would have been as involved in that process. But Dan maybe can speak to that as far as like how involved as a community board member, because we do have a seat on your board ex officio.
We
I'm
were
curious
aware
about
of the change in leadership of Board 5 over the last 6 to 12 months. We wait to hear from you as to who the rep is. It's changed a lot. If they were present at the meeting in May or June, they probably got, if there was a rep at that time, they probably got a briefing that we gave to the full board about what the process was. And I just have, since I have the floor, this appeal to transparency is to me a little overdrawn. This is a business decision. It's a landlord-tenant decision. Community boards have traditionally tried to stay away from getting involved in landlord-tenant matters. They should. And, you know, this was a process that was not a mess, as Mr. Weinstein describes it. It was very smart people being involved. He had 4 or 5 presentation opportunities. So a lot of what you heard is not accurate. Again, I'm mystified that the board, admittedly, my knowledge of community board is rusty, but we tried to stay away from landlord tenant disputes like the plague.
Yeah,
Said
no,
my
just
piece.
to respond.
Thank you for letting me.
Yeah, no, just to respond to that, I think that we do want, which is why I made a note to stay out of the landlord tenant element of it. I think from a public transparency standpoint, it's more about like what the thought process was behind this public document that is the RFP. How transparent was that? Did you advocate for these public goods that we believe in and like are helpful in the process? And sort of like how many times did you meet, like within your board, how transparent was it with what was going on? Just as far as if we're just hearing this now and don't know who the operator is. But what that process is, whether or not it has to do with the transparency like within every applicant, but like how frequently that process and sort of how did you come to your conclusion and your determination is, I think, what we mean about transparency more than any conflict with any current tenant or any future tenant. It's more of just what was the thought process behind filling this public space and sort of the due diligence that you've done on different applicants as far as, you know, anything from like kitchen culture, from a sustainability for a restaurant, like that's definitely, we've all, you know, heard of the bear and toxic kitchen culture, like that's a factor too, that could blow up a new tenants in a space, or, you know, just what level of due diligence like took place. I think that that is more of, and the committee can chime in if they think that that sums up sort of our transparency questions more on the thought process, more so than the tenant landlord piece. Guys, Myrtle, saying
Well,
that.
I'd say, I mean, I'm less concerned about the transparency of the process. My concern just from, you know, the community board's perspective is to the extent that our opinion matters and who gets selected at the end of the day. Not saying that we are the ones making that decision. Obviously, we're not the people making that decision, but to the extent that our input is important. At the start of the process, before the design of the RFP, getting the community board involved and taking our input then would have been, to me, a better way to go about incorporating our input into what you know, who gets picked at the end of the day. So from my perspective, our role is, you know, to the extent that we're not involved in the selection process, just the design of the RFP and at the end of the thing, the review of the lease and who is the final
Tenant.
Tenant, the
Yeah,
winner.
and being able to provide sort of
Comments on that.
full body
yes.
comment on that, but then also like
To make
earlier
sure
in the
that
process.
our concerns are addressed at the end of the day.
Yeah,
So.
Right, getting involved in the RFP at the beginning would have given way to the
So
details.
And the
yeah,
RFPs are not public,
legally,
are
there's
they? I
not
mean,
technically a
we don't know
requirement for that.
what the RFPs even outside of, I mean, the RFP that I was looking at didn't have any financial sort of prerequisites in it in terms of, you know, minimum percentage of revenue sharing or whatnot.
Yeah, and I
So
think that that's not,
it's
I
pretty
also,
nebulous, which is fine, but
and I certainly think that not having, from a public, I personally, this is my personal opinion, and don't want to bias any, the question for the committee too, but I think I certainly appreciate that the financials weren't the most important question because it is a public space, and I think that other questions really matter.
and to be honest, I'm not super concerned about the financials because, you know, I mean,
Yeah,
you're
I
sticking
trust-
your neck on, you know, on the
Yeah.
line, because
I do think
the
Brian Park
place
has
is
been a
not
great
gonna be
steward.
around for, you know, 10 months, you're in the hole, so yes, you don't wanna pick someone who's not gonna be financially viable, that's the
Yeah,
least of my
I'm less
concern,
concerned
yes.
about that, and I'm less concerned about the bottom line. I'm much more concerned about sort of the overall process. And I do, you know, very much commend, you know, Dan on everything that Bryant Park has been able to accomplish in like a hugely tremendous way. They've been great partners to us with that, but I do think that that is a consideration that like I certainly like liked in that process, but
Well,
In
could I,
terms of-
could I,
yeah,
go ahead.
we're in business session.
it's the,
Tell me if
so what I'm thinking about and hearing from the rest of the committee and also just my own comments are sort of like, I'm just a little, I'm not sure what to do because I'm conflicted because on one level, having like grown up in this neighborhood my entire life, I have a lot of trust for and respect for BPC and what they've done and rebuilding the park, et cetera. And so and there are aspects of this that it is a landlord-tenant relationship, but it's also a landlord, it's a landlord to leaseholder to subtenant because BPC is more of a leaseholder operating under a management agreement and they can assign the rights and things like that. And the city is still the landlord regardless, like the city owns the land. So,
And the buildings.
and the bill, and so for, so our, like, again, like, I'm not, I would have liked to hear about it earlier. I'm not in, I don't really think there was anything like inappropriate. My end of the day thing is, it's just like, I wish we knew the name of the tenant and the lease were in place, and then I could just say, okay, cool.
Should we then
I
wait
think-
up until?
Well, I
And
think
and
that's
we
where,
wait
I think
and
that's
do that
where,
next-
yeah, I think
in
that's where
January.
the concept of doing the affidavit comes in, is that like technically whoever is chosen, which like we are happy to stay out of, we just care that the public elements of whoever is chosen, like, given that the city has chosen to contract this out in a private way, that like these public things that the committee decides are really important to us and have been historically important to us are like guaranteed or assured in a way that has sort of like some bite to it.
And or that we write something that's neutral, that brings up the concerns and that will make a more firm comment.
Once we know.
Once we know what's
Yeah.
going. I don't know, I mean,
The timing is unfortunate, and I think has been sort of an obstacle as far as like trying to be able to provide as much as possible, yeah.
Maybe, I like to know, and maybe you can do a poll. Is there a divide on the committee between whether, this is Dan's view, you know, a private business, he makes decisions, Todd sort of said that too, look, I'm fine, whatever he does is fine, versus I'm hearing another group say, no, we need to set up all these conditions. Or.
well, it's weird because the people that have come to testify here today are stakeholders themselves. There are people that live in the neighborhood that are stakeholders.
Right.
There are also businesses that are stakeholders that.
But they haven't
serve-
commented.
Well, I mean, Dan's in many ways speaking for them as they're on his.
Not his board as a chair, but
Yeah, so it's like, I mean, I do think we're under an obligation to balance interests, but. So I don't know that it needs to be one way or the
I think it's,
highway.
yeah, I mean, I do think that it's sort of the selection process, whatever the criteria is, that whoever the final
This is the
selection
fundamental
is.
question.
Yeah.
that Each member has to answer.
Right.
Is this primarily a
Yeah,
private
people-
decision-making process? Or public decision-making process?
As far as like the thought process behind stuff, as far as like the,
Well, according to the terrace agreement, I think Marissa had some thoughts on this, right?
yeah, I think that
Yeah.
we are like
I'm
legally,
not even sure legally what that is. There is.
I really can't speak that
relates to
legally, so
what we're doing.
what is
I
it
have
you're
a
asking?
comment too.
yeah, Mike, go ahead.
So, I started working in the garment district 1964. I've been eating lunch in Bryant Park since then. 1967, I remember standing at the railing. There were no tables or anything like that. There was this concrete railing, and I'm eating sandwich I brought from home, and some guy pulled out a gun because a deal was going bad or something. And that was in 1964, 1965, 1970. This man took over the place, and now it's an Eden compared to what it was. My hat's off to him and to his group who've done such a great job. You know what my concerns are? I get all, this is way above my head, what you guys are talking. What I'm concerned about is that when I walk into the park on 40th Street, I walk through the 42nd Street, that it's clear, and that restaurant that isn't blocking my path, or the people who are waiting to get into that restaurant that's so popular that they're queuing up there online, and they don't tell them to go on the side. They got them stretched off to this 15-foot path. When I'm listening to the music in Bryant Park, every beautiful weekday, and they're playing a piano or somebody's singing or tap dancing, and I'm sitting there, and the smoke is blowing my direction from the Bryant Park Grill. I don't like that. That bothers me, bothers the hell out of me. Until the winch, these are the things that I care about as a stakeholder who uses the park probably as much as anybody here or more. These are the things that I care about. I care about those 2,000 chairs. I read somewhere that the restaurant is responsible for those 2,000 chairs. It's not true.
Used to be. Not responsible, but they contributed to them.
Well, I care that those chairs aren't sturdy. I care that I fell. And 2 days after I fell, I watched a woman fall because the chairs weren't, that's the stuff that I care about. All this other stuff way over my head. I care about those down to earth things, that when I get home, there's some gravel in my shoe because I was listening to the speaker in the reading room give a talk on whatever book they were talking about. These are the things that occur to me. And I think other people who come to the park like I do on a regular basis, year in and year out. That's my contribution.
Thank you, Mike. I think that that brings us and the conversation to sort of like our core remit of what the public role and public realm and sort of what the impact of a new operator will bring and what we want to make sure that we are ensuring and advocating for the public interest on that. And I think that some of the terms that we would want to be able to comment on if we knew the operator, but also like what those types of things, we've raised some of them and heard some of them from the public too. But as far as, you know, affordability, we've heard some on the pricing, we've heard footprint, we've heard, you know, sound, like we've heard lots of things that is definitely some of the question that, you know, trying to get around that without knowing who the operator is, but with still trying to be mindful. And, you know, Dan has requested that we have an opinion prior to your board meeting next week, that would be helpful. So some of this is also based on that and balancing a lot of interests. Yeah,
But
is
at
there
the
something
same
about the
time,
timing of that?
Commit that we will be back. If you want it to be in January, and we'll know presumably the operator by then, I have no reason not to be back here to. I will communicate everything you said tonight, but if you want to meet the operator in the flesh in January, obviously that's fine. We'll do that.
Okay.
It's just an awkward timing to delay the thing. That's why I tried to get on the agenda.
Yeah, because in the parks, yeah, well, but even then, if it wasn't public, then I think we might be in the same situation that we're in now, but it might even be less information than we would be able to work with now as far as the operator, so it might be worse. Annie?
I mean, nothing additive to this. I think we're in agreement of not wanting to get involved at all in a landlord tenant conversation. I think that's not the duty of our community.
I think that was well said, that Dan says that.
Todd, please let Annie finish. Todd, please wait to be recognized and let Annie finish.
So sorry, Todd, I'll be quick, but I do think that it is this being the one opportunity in the process at large where the public's comments are provided. So due diligence or due duty on our part here involve public that came here, and then as committee members and stakeholders ourselves as residents, business owners, the like, commenting in agreement with the trust in BCP, BPC, and and moving forward, expectations of tenant, and then maybe, I don't know if it's something that's been done before, to add in like we will have amendments when
Amendments
we meet in
when,
January.
yeah, I mean, I think it.
To move the ball tonight.
The ball down as far as like the process goes, I think that that's a little bit of a question too, as far as whether or not we provide our official comment to parks or whether we like.
Does it make sense
delay
to delineate our concerns ahead of the lease being signed?
I think that
We
there's a
put it on
question there
paper,
that then
put it in a
that's,
letter.
that's a little bit of the, if that's our official comment, then I don't know that parks is legally required to then, like that, then we've been able to provide our comment officially, informally, and like, that's it. And that's sort of the bite of the apple. I'm not entirely sure whether or not the follow-up process would be if we do provide that opinion. I think that it would be, I don't want to delay stuff to the extent possible. I think we can write something to the extent of.
I think we would want something for the board to look at next week.
Yeah, we want something like, I think, formal within that process of where we are. And certainly where we are with the public and timing. But I'm not entirely sure where the public is coming down. I know that Dan has this, the meeting too.
Did I hear that Dan say that he would be willing to come back with the ultimate tenant back to the community board?
Yes, Todd, but we're trying to determine, and this might be a procedural thing. I don't know if Michael might have a little bit more insight into this, or Marisa, as far as what this comes back to the original ambiguity in our original remit on hearing this officially. And sort of the timing of at what point in this process and at what stage, whether it's pre-announced lease, and then we can be like, we like this tenant, we hate this tenant, or whether it's prior to that, that we get to make a comment and that sort of process.
Or we can make a comment on the process so far.
Right.
And then we can say, hey, we reserve the right to comment once we know what the terms of the lease and who the tenant is.
What, I guess what I do know, and then I'll defer to Marissa, was that what Parks did say is that their interest is once the tenant is selected, vetting that and not in the lead up to it.
Yeah.
So the question is just like the time frame on how this has to get done, things like that, et cetera, and at what point in this time frame we are supposed to get our.
So then can we
comment
share
into
like a
Parks.
comment of like disappointment? No, I didn't. But when we found, we would be hopeful and given Dan's notes of,
Yeah,
he's in agreement
right.
with,
Yeah, we're in broad agreement of the types of things
Right.
that we want as far as to
And then
see,
we're
I think
putting
that
it
on the
to paper.
affordability is sort of what that actually looks like in sort of a specific element. I would be interested in hearing the committee of, you know, whether we think Bryant Park Grill's prices are currently affordable and within what range, and how do we sort of enforce some element of that? Again, not because I think that the government is involved in private businesses, but to the extent that this is a public concession and a public amenity and a public space, and making sure that that public amenity is accessible in a sort of like dress code or minimum or price point within like some sort of marker of like the current range or within a percentage of it, and that the dining experience and the culinary vision of that restaurant can in some element be experienced or whatever.
And did you have any insight into when Parks would need, like, in this order? Because it's like, if delaying a month doesn't matter, we can just do that, but if it.
Like it with any community board, deliberation, you hope that the agency listens.
Right.
This is your opportunity to give them your criteria on which you would hope they would vet the operator.
So we should.
You don't know who the operator is, you can still give.
Put it on
them
paper.
what
That's-
criteria
that's-
that is
I think we should.
I think we should ultimate, like but
These are the
hearing
criteria
from that,
like an appreciation of.
And
these
say
are the-
that we reserve the right to comment
Yeah.
on.
or that
Yeah.
we,
Although my guess is that,
Or
you
that
know, the
we-
lease agreement's probably not gonna be that fleshed out, where it's gonna reflect our just, you know, the soft concerns as opposed to the, you know, financial.
I mean, we
terms.
could be, I think we could be as hard as we want on the financial concerns to say, hey, Parks, we reserve the right to comment further, but we want
To know what.
we want to know like what the menu is, but we could also list out criteria for an affordability mechanism. Like we could hypothetically do that with an unknown operator in a very like hypothetical way. Like we could get as specific as we want to. And then ask that people come back. Like, right, we can say broad stuff generally, but if it's a concept that I don't think that we would ever ask in an
Yeah.
affidavit to be that specific.
No.
So I think that the broad criteria strokes like probably would apply similarly anyway, which is part of the idea for an
Okay.
affidavit to begin with, is
I
that
mean,
this
keep in
would,
mind that they're in the middle of
get it moving.
negotiations too, so we don't wanna
Exactly.
recap them.
yeah, I think there's a bunch of factors in play here and the timing is unfortunate, like Bryant Park's been.
Should we make our listings?
I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can I just mention that our next meeting is Monday, January 6th, which encompasses a lot of holidays and a lot of stuff. Does Dan think that there will be a decision made by our meeting in January?
Yes.
Yeah.
So.
Dan, would you be able to come back then and we can take
At that meeting?
our second opinion for the parks, for the Parks Commissioner before that approval process?
Yeah, I think it would be helpful since we do, as you said.
Yeah.
As Michael said, agree on general.
The broad strokes of
It would be
basically.
good to communicate those to the Parks
To the
Department and we then say to them, we agreed with almost all the community board points about accessibility, affordability and everything else. Probably
Yeah.
agree on all of them.
I mean, I think that the more specific we can be about that, I think that representing sort of the public interest would feel,
Do we wanna comment on the process?
I think that commenting on the process generally, it's come up sort of quite a bit as far as like just sort of questions. I think we can ask for more like due diligence on that.
Well, more like,
but
you
I'm
know, getting
curious
us
what-
involved.
Getting us
Sooner,
involved
yeah.
earlier. So how is the committee feeling on that as an option? If you want to take a little bit of like a straw poll. Michael, do you want to
Was Todd
actually,
still-
run through a little bit of how people are feeling? Or like show of hands?
I mean, I think that we need to say something.
What are we?
What are we voting on here?
well, we're
We're
not,
not
we're not
voting, yeah.
voting.
It's not a vote.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm putting.
It's a vibe
together-
check.
I guess-
Raises their hand, what are they?
I guess the vibe check is, that we would like to draft a resolution,
But the
Or-
criteria we want to see parks consider
About-
during their due
yes.
diligence, that we are broadly in agreement. But here are the
That we-
specific things.
right, we appreciate the sort of comments in exchange. We'll note the public comment, we'll note the broad set of questions and concerns that we raised, that BPC seems to be in agreement with them at this point and has agreed to come back in the future. And that we would appreciate the Parks Department take these concerns into account when they do their vetting of the selected applicant.
May I second that?
And we reserve the right to comment.
And yeah, I
Yes.
think that there should be. I
Yes, we
think that-
reserve the right to comment on the ultimate lessee, you know, if evidence warrants it.
I think Todd, actually, the vibe check is more on, we would have, given the language of that original legal agreement from the terrace agreement, that in order to provide, I would like to get a check on whether or not the ability to actually provide a formal comment. We reserve the right to provide that comment once we have more information about the operator, that this is sort of the
Yes,
actual specifics and terms, because otherwise, but that the specific terms that we would want to see very specifically, and then we can go and enumerate those specifics of like what we would have liked to see, like in like the broad strokes agreement, but also like the specificity on those things to make sure that we can really enforce them as far as like the footprint and things that are important to that. And then any commentary on the process that we want them to do a deeper consideration of. I think there's sort of the content and then sort of the question of what decision structure, as far as like yes, no, you know, yes, but, or no, unless, right? Deny unless.
Are we there yet?
We're not quite there yet, but there's a piece, yeah, this is a piece of sort of the content that I think would come now. I would say, I'm curious what everyone else thinks.
I just want to add one more thing, also the public comment needs to, I mean, since
Oh, yeah, no, into any resolution that's gonna be heard next week, I think that we have to acknowledge all of the public comment that we've heard
Yes.
tonight. And sort of like questions that have been raised. But John, you definitely have thoughts, you've taken lead on this, so I'm curious what you think about that as a structure for providing comment.
sure.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I think that the question for the committee is whether or not, like, it's been made clear that this is sort of our ability to provide comment. I would, encourage us to come up with as much detail in providing that comment as possible in our deliberations, as far as what we want to see the Parks Department consider and what we want to see from a public amenity that goes in
Should we talk
there.
about that then?
I think we should talk about
Okay.
that, but I want to make sure that we're all on the same page about that structure, so.
And just not to, well, I think everybody knows I'm a big fan of the deny unless. However, in this situation, I actually don't think it's merited or warranted because of the long history of
Partnership with the
applicant.
park.
I
Yeah.
agree.
But what are we denying unless?
So I would not say
This
that.
is
not
not even.
Well, it's usually the language I would suggest
right.
to tell the park to get their attention. It's how I would usually write it, but
Right.
in this case, I would suggest not. So I just wanted to.
I guess my
So we're all on
question is
board.
that we're then approving.
It's,
We're not
I
doing
don't think
anything.
I think it's a neutral.
We're not approving
We're not
anything.
starting any language.
Nothing's in front of us for approval.
We're not approving anything as much as we're sending our questions to parks
Correct.
about what to ask.
What they should do in their bed.
What they should, if they're asking us to ask questions, we're saying, these
Yeah,
are the
like,
questions.
As Community Board 5 Parks and Public Spaces Committee, representing the community at large and both inclusive of public commentary we have heard, and then we can share that information, our concerns as committee members and stakeholders without knowledge of who the operator will be, hopeful and under confirmation by BPC that they will be inclusive of all of the tenants that we've, choice of words, all the verticals that we've chosen that are important to us. And I think that that's sort of like the framing that we should use rather than our typical.
Maybe it's a letter.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe.
It is a letter. That was
More like a letter.
Yeah, we were asked for, Brad had wanted it to be a resolution, so,
So bad, so
But-
There's not anything.
Just kidding, he's online.
It is a letter in my reading of it.
I think it's a letter and then the board would have to like vote to approve this as our total commentary. And then I think that it would be essential, at least for my thoughts, as far as being able to actually provide like comprehensive comment.
Yes.
On whoever the chosen applicant is, which I also think is sort of, I want to make sure that we're advocating for the community board's ability to provide comment in that structure. But again, like I would be comfortable with that. I think that that's a very creative solution, especially given our very long history at the park, and we're really not that far apart on a lot of stuff. But I also want to make sure that we've provided as much of a forum for public comment as possible. Does anybody online have thoughts on that? Isabel, we haven't heard from you in a little bit.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree with, definitely would love to hear back, in January. I think that that would be really helpful. Definitely agree, about, you know, trying to make sure that we make space for both public opinion and like the practical concerns. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I agree with a lot of where discussion seems to be trending.
Okay, do we want to run through now what those specific criteria would be that we want to see from like the public space element of stuff, since that's what we haven't spent as much time discussing?
Yeah.
From like affordability and accessibility?
Yes.
Anyone want to
I
popcorn your ideas into the space of what would go into this resolution that we could feel good about?
So we're back to a resolution.
Well, but into the letter of enumerating things that we want the Parks Committee to consider. I think as Annie had laid out, correct me if I'm wrong, that, you know, when considering an applicant, Parks really cares about the affordability. Here's an idea for how to measure that from menu prices. Or you can only stay closed for private events, you have to remain open.
I do think that like I know that we want to be specific. We are not restaurateurs, curators of menus. I think we want to like be as specific as possible to direct attention as to like, we want this to be, I understand that that word can be wide ranging and people can fix that
Yeah.
to what they'd like, but to me, like, if we were to say like limits on meal, like, we're just not equipped to make
Yeah,
this.
I don't like, it
Yeah.
seems to me, I wanna know first, I like sort of what Mike was saying. First of all, I wanna know is this gonna have a neutral, positive impact on the quality of life in the park,
Yep.
right? So. if you
Consideration of
say
surrounding.
Or better.
Yep.
That simple. Secondly, as far as the restaurant is concerned, all I hear is the affordability issue.
Yeah, affordability and then like public access, I think in terms of like the amount that it's open and how much it's closed for private events, since Dan also
Okay.
mentioned that private events tend to be a revenue, and so there has to be a balance between
Accessibility,
like the physical access to actually go and eat dinner,
affordability.
or how much you have for
Oh,
reservations
okay.
versus walk-ins even, like that could be a requirement that we've seen in.
Yeah, I think that we
personally, I
can
don't
just
care
name
about-
those.
I don't think we should get into, the hour should be from here to here. I'm not confident to have that discussion, what a menu should look like, what the theme should look like.
I think it's more the concern of sort of the actual price has come up in a lot of the public comment that we've heard.
But now you're getting, that's a very complicated topic. Because now, over a 20-year period, you've got to build in inflation, indexing, and all sorts of stuff. I mean.
That's why, like, my question was in the original agreement, it was comparable.
Word affordable means.
Right.
Mm.
Well, and
I think
there
the
were
question is that
two-
they kind of don't.
A person, or average New Yorker or whatever, I mean, if you can use.
I think I think the way to do it that's come up is that like a certain percentage of the menu would be in accordance with affordability, that it's not like, here's the secondary menu option that's not in like alignment with the main thrust of the restaurant, because that's.
I
sort of
just
a
wanna,
thing.
I just wanna bring up where, like anecdotally, where my concern, or the two things that, where that was flagged to me were, one, that, and like, this reporting could be completely incorrect, but there is reporting out there about who this person might, who this operator might be, and they have a history of a certain price point. But then secondarily, that, and obviously I wasn't on the community board 30-something years ago, but, or even longer, but there is something in the terrace, whatever amendment that actually ties it to existing
Specific
specific
pricing.
restaurants that were in operation at the time. And obviously, that's not going to be able to be held
Now.
to bear anymore. They don't exist. So it's just having an understanding that it's like, it's not, and then again, I don't really know how you could operate a restaurant that you could only close for private events 78 times, and at that, that's 1,000-seat restaurant or 800, whatever it is, and have it
Reach
at
the
a, have
revenue
it
you
at
wanna
a
reach.
$500 price point. You're not gonna be able to do that. So
I mean,
Why can't you tag all this to the current restaurant?
I think that that's an
The
option.
applicant said, I mean, I'm sorry, Brian Park is saying they have no issues with the current restaurant. I mean, that's another thing that sort of perplexes me. Because we haven't gotten any criticism about the current restaurant. So I have to.
I mean, I think it's
have
the
to
least
presume-
ending.
I have to presume that that's a base point. So the new restaurant has to be affordable in a way that's consistent with the current restaurant. The way it's operated has to be consistent with the current restaurant.
Yeah, I
Or
think
better,
yeah, or more affordable. We can also say that.
right.
You know, if
All
the committee,
impact on the park has to be the same or more.
yeah, or less of a
You could
footprint. I
use
do
that
think
as a
sort of
big part, because
accessibility.
We haven't gotten any negative feedback on the current restaurant, so I have to assume that baseline is okay, that the current restaurant is okay. And then part of that might even say, and by the way, it seems like we haven't gotten any negative comment on the current restaurant. Other than this sort of very general sense that it's a time for change. And I don't mean that in a negative, I hear you. I mean, because normally I would expect someone to say, well, they're not living up to their financial commitments.
Like nervous.
Or
type into
the food is lousy, or we can't get along with them, or management is not professional or confident. Haven't heard any of that. So I have to presume that the current restaurant is a good baseline. So all we're saying is we want someone equal or better than that.
Dan, yes.
This is public meeting, and you don't say everything in a public meeting that you might say in a private meeting.
Right, but we have to do our business publicly.
I know.
And that's part of the issue, transparency. That gets back to the debate. Is it a private or public discourse, decision? I mean, we're back to that core issue. I understand what you're saying, but for the record, there's no issue with the current restaurant.
And
Catherine.
yeah, so this is parks and public spaces, and I think we have to use that lens.
Yeah.
So we're not slab, right? In this case.
Quality of the impact
This-
on the park, right?
Right, so this is about, right, so focusing, so if you're asking me if this is is this a public conversation or a private? This is about the public part of the private conversation, of the
Yes.
private relationship, right?
Yes, exactly.
And what we have before us, I think, which we are underestimating, while there is not in contemporary times, what we understand as an open RFP process and there are people who are deeply entrenched, committed leadership that have moved through this process without us, yes, but they are on the hook in ways in which they are on the hook. And that part I trust, because I would normally, I would say that and so this becomes like how transparent. A lot of this doesn't happen in the public realm and shouldn't, because it's not whose expertise.
Yeah,
This
the
is parks and
restaurant,
public
Maybe we
spaces.
don't get into the restaurant.
Maybe we don't, right?
I mean,
What
but-
impact does it have on the park?
Right. How does it impact the park? How does it, right, that's all I'm saying,
Leave the restaurant. I'm
right?
increasingly coming to that.
Well, right, I mean, I appreciate who we are sitting down talking with. I'm appreciating that Parks has a role, New York Pub, these are highly regarded, deeply historical institutions. These are not fly by night. These are not leaders who just came to the table. So we are here to give them perhaps a lens that they have not considered, because they're not used to talking to us,
And I
quite
think-
frankly.
Yeah, I think that's like in the letter, right? Like we're.
And that's in the letter, that, we say that we do this understanding about who we are and who you are.
Right.
And who we're not, right?
well, I would just say that coming back to the consideration and how this was thought of, like at the time of the original agreement, and the conversation that happened on CB5 at that time had to do with like the privatization of the park and whether or
You
not.
mean in 1985, the terrace agreement?
Yes, and
Oh, well,
whether.
That's a whole nother
Well,
conversation, why
it
that's
is-
the only
well, it's
blueprint
the
they have to
basis-
work with,
Well, that's the
right?
basis for our ability to be providing the comment to begin with and the restaurant.
It's not the
so
only
it-
basis, though. It is not the only basis. The basis is that this is parks and public spaces. We in part we're the voice. Parks would ask us, right? If there was no terrace agreement, we would still be sitting here, maybe with different tools, but we would still be sitting here.
Yeah, I think there'd be like less of a legal mandate perhaps, but like that would be a question for like the law department of the city. But I do think that the precedent of this is a public amenity, like it's a physical building, is the maintenance going to go to, whatever, making sure that's maintained, to like parks property, but also whether or not this is something that's accessible and like you can actually walk in. There's a certain number of, like, that you don't need to make a reservation 6 months in advance, that there's a certain number of reservations that would be available, like for the walk-in, that like if you are a visitor to the park or a resident of the park, that like an average, I don't know if we like could peg that in any way, like an average person can walk in and afford a dinner for 2 people with like an app, an entree, dessert, and like a drink.
This is.
And that's sort of the ability to access it versus, do we want like a pizza restaurant or something?
Friends that we do that, because what is average in the city of New York? I'm always happy I can buy a hot dog, or I can go down the street and get a lobster roll. I mean, I don't know that. I think, right, what I will just say is that this opportunity is about being able to see the futuristic lens that is presented before us, and to, in a letter, kind of talk about equity issues, sustainability issues from our lens. I think there are social equity issues to address. I think that this is an agreement that opens up other conversations that we might have at another time. But I think, like you said, Libby, the terrace agreement is a framework, but I think we would still be sitting here even if there wasn't a terrace agreement.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly hope so and want the ability of parks to comment on things, but especially to the extent that like all concessions should be, if something is in a public space, it is important to be accessible to the public and providing a good. I think as we, discussed, like beyond just the monetary value that their revenue provides.
Because that's how I've heard the comments, I get it that the dollars and cents is not the bottom line, but the important part here is, how did Bryant Park become a civil park, a place where people could be, a park where all of this could happen at the same time. I'm all for a lot of different things happening in one place at the same time. And I just think that the letter that we provide is a voice that they don't necessarily have.
Yeah.
Right now, what does our
list look like?
Yeah.
This is gonna be a little bit scatterbrained as I clean it
It'll
up.
be fine.
But I mean, I know we can get there even if we just have a general sense of it right now. What we most would like to do is in the Parks Department review of the ultimate time, we would like to focus on there being at least a neutral or positive impact on quality of life in the park.
Agreed.
That we've raised issues about affordability, public access, accessibility, public events, economic stability. I think that we seem to be in strong agreement with the Bryant Park Corporation on, or the applicant, and that then that we have some concerns about how and commenting on the RFP process as a sort of awareness thing, that there are potentially some issues for improvement with timing and social equity going forward into the future. We would acknowledge all of the public comment that we received, acknowledge and appreciate the long history with the operator, the previous operator, or the current operator, and that we reserve the ability to comment on the ultimate lessee if evidence warrants it later.
You have that written down?
I'd say not if evidence warrants it. I think that it was,
Prepared to prove that letter.
I think that it would be, I think that.
I think, yeah.
I think that,
sign that.
I would remove not if it warrants it. I think that that is a key criteria to this moving forward at all and not being just a straight up deny and less.
Talk about accessibility and affordability. Remember, you used the baseline for the first sentence, quality of life in the park.
Yeah.
I think we should peg them all to that and say that
Right.
availability, accessibility will not be neutral or increased. Accessibility, neutral or increased. Quality of life, neutral or increased. I mean, that becomes the theme.
Right.
You know,
Yeah, I mean, I do think that we should give a little bit more context for what we mean by like accessible as far as like the ability to get a seat at a table.
Yeah.
And like the ability to have a meal in like an affordable way that is, I do think it's actually relevant and important based on our like other conversations about the type.
Definition of accessibility.
Yeah, but I do think the definitions are sort of important for them to
No, I'm not
consider
saying- I'm
prior to
agreeing.
it, yeah.
You start off and say accessibility, you know, should be the same or greater, and then the next sentence you define accessibility.
Libby, could we include a couple of picayune stuff that I mentioned?
on the
You know, like,
Which types of stuff?
Oh, well, I would
through the park
define,
with smoke.
I would define accessibility in two ways, which is both for those that are disabled, but also for the general public's access to.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like a physical
So the-
accessibility and like
the physical
financial
enjoyment,
accessibility.
yeah, so
And then like enjoyment
That's a
and
quality of life
like,
issue.
yeah, quality of life,
And
participation.
I think it was,
Not falling down.
Dan's language,
Right?
if I'm remembering correctly. So I'm gonna go a little bit of time, but I believe you said intentionally, because there is a more thorough scope of decision-making that came from BPC that is not trying to make this space an expense account.
Restaurant, that this is something that an average person who works in the neighborhood that isn't like a high paid person, that's maybe like an entry level job could be able to afford. And
Is Bryant Park being used by
sort of everybody.
Yeah, the average.
Well, it's sort of, I know it ends up getting complicated, but I do think that the prior like agreement, you know, I think, Dan, maybe you have more information on this of sort of how you came to pick the American restaurant and the museum restaurant.
It was, there really, believe it or not, weren't that many tablecloth restaurants to pick as models. It's a neighborhood. Park was running those on the west side. That's, we found, when we first found Michael, he was running it there. So he suggested it, we put it in there, but clearly he exceeded that price point. If Museum Cafe were still running, I think the Bryant Park Grill, escalated by inflation, exceeded that price point, but nobody really bothered to worry about that. The other thing I should tell you is the average income of Bryant Park users is about $60,000 or $62,000 a year. It's really a very modest group. My speech to people is Bryant Park, people say, what's the social equity in your project? And I say, let me describe to you what people in Greenwich have. Country clubs, expensive restaurants, vacations in the Caribbean, gorgeous backyards with a lot of plants. We give, except for the Caribbean, we give people all those experiences in Bryant Park at a much more affordable level, who make $62,000 a year. So that's the social equity. This park is incredibly, is inherently a part of the equitability solution. So for that reason, we wouldn't want to have an expense account only restaurant where nobody felt comfortable to use the words of one of my committee members. My assistant needs to be able to go there and feel comfortable. And I assume she's making somewhere in that range, 60, 70, $80,000 a year.
Yeah.
So she can get out for $40.
We what?
Let me ask you this question.
Charles
Is
is-
it in the restaurant industry, this is my ignorance, in the restaurant industry, are there agreed upon categories? And we could mention that category, and I mean, like.
Not,
They're so
My
stylized.
favorite.
I think it gets complicated as far as,
Moderate.
I do think that,
Not
I mean,
hard boundary.
I do think that maybe there is a way for us to say that I would like certainly for there to be in it, that like, I really appreciate Dan not just picking whoever the highest bidder was to a certain extent and actually considering like what is the best for like a holistic view of the park and taking into account like affordability and like, I've been asked many questions and, you know, driven a little bit hard here, but I think that like, I really am very appreciative of that. And that's why I'm sort of asking about the affordability element to try to get some sort of whatever the lease agreement is, like you can even get something from the tenant, but it's not necessarily gonna be in alignment with, like, you can say nice things, but 15 years later, what's happened in the fine dining world in New York and how do we guarantee that? So I think that's sort of where that's coming from.
How do you guarantee the price? 15 years.
You can't.
Right, but what you
Do you
can,
know
But yeah.
very broadly if this is gonna be another 20-year lease with?
It's gonna be
5 years?
15 years with 5 year, it's a 10-year lease with 5-year option. I think that we can broadly,
15, maybe a 3-year extension.
so.
15 with a 3-year extension.
Okay, so I have a proposal because in the interest of time, I think that we would all like to hear this. Do we think that using the terms affordable in this way or like roughly comparable pricing to what is currently there, like roughly, and like the terms that Dan has used, like count for affordability? Is there other terms that we would
so
want
the
here?
term that we would, the other term that we would use is just appropriateness. This is a part of the conversation around
Like context of the park or users
the
of the park?
appropriate, the appropriateness for the neighborhood, for the, like Dan was saying, and tie it to some real statistics. If the 60 to 62,000 is what the neighborhood holds, then that's
That's not the people living in Bryant Park.
the people who work,
visit
live.
Who work there?
No,
I
let's
mean,
talk
we
about- so
tend to
when
represent
we
like
talk about equity
holistically the
and
district.
appropriateness, we're talking about where people live, work, play. And so a lot of different kind of people, the public moves through,
Right.
right?
yes.
Okay, I think that we're in general agreement here. Is there a motion to broadly on those broad strokes to
Right.
vote for Lennox? Okay,
Is Michael gonna write it?
to broadly, I think,
Michael, then.
Here's the trend.
yeah, maybe
Well,
Michael, would you be comfortable taking this over?
Well, would you be comfortable if I sent you a draft for
Okay.
your review and markup? and-
Okay, so we will in collaboration move forward with this.
Yeah. review it.
So is there a second? Is there a second? Okay, great. Michael, can we take this to a vote?
We have one right.
Do we have another item? in the-
Yes, we do. It is Annie, who I'm sure will get us through this process very expediently.
Okay,
And
so,
Catherine is pulling up the rear with her.
Yes, and we've already handled the public
Let's-
comment
we're
on
almost there.
anything
Let me
else.
do the vote.
We'll stay as-
John.
Don't you miss being on CV5, Dan?
Yes, you got one yes.
Okay, Catherine,
Yes.
great. Libby,
Yes.
Michael Kabak.
Yes.
Charles Nye,
Yes.
Annie,
Yes.
Todd Shapiro,
Yes.
I am a yes. And then Merle.
Yes.
Did you, Isabel?
Oh,
Isabel? Voting, but doesn't count for quorum.
Oh, got it. So Isabel,
Yes.
Okay, great. With that, the motion for the letter passes with these broad strokes to be written by Michael with, in collaboration with John. And then that will get referred to the executive session. The next item of business is again, a Dan Biederman project of the activation at Harold Square Park by Godiva Chocolate.
by the way.
Godiva
Oh,
Chocolate.
yeah, I read that.
Hi, everyone. Great to see everyone. Thanks so much for having us. We'll make this quick. I do want to intro my event producer, Augustine, who is working with Department of Wonder to produce the amazing Godiva activation. Should be really fun. Everyone should come check it out on December 11th, but I'll let him take it away.
Hi, everyone. This is Augustine. If that name is hard to pronounce, you can just call me August. That's my go-to nickname. Thank you so much all for your time. I'll try to keep this brief and concise. I'm going to share my screen now and show you the presentation I have here for you. All right, I believe I'm sharing screen too. Perfect. Now, can everyone see that? It's a little hard to tell on my screen. Kelly, are you able to see?
Yes, you're good.
Amazing. All right, team. So we are going to be activating here at Harold, or we'd like to, sorry, activate here at Harold Square Park. You can see in the middle of the park, we have a pink truck. We have dimensions there. We have a little decor area there. This is just a nice little footprint to give you an idea of the amount of space we're looking to occupy. I'll show you pictures as well. This is a rendering of how the activation will look like in person. You'll notice we have a carpet that is a gold carpet there. We have gold stanchions just to help with crowd management. Those are trees. We're going to have decorated festive trees. We'll have a little display of boxes to show that we're gifting because we are giving out free chocolate, Godiva chocolate. Here is a little side shots of our truck so you can see how it looks like from all sides. Nothing crazy. This is more details of our decor. We will be decorating these trees on site with these sort of spheres and globes. We'll have LED lighting. The gold bullion you'll see on the bottom right there is our carpet color. It's just called gold bullion. It doesn't have glitter. It is just a gold colored carpet. The pink rope right there is the stanchion rope, in case anyone is wondering. We will have a little sign, just a nice little sign that, you know, kind of connects Godiva chocolate with the holidays. You'll see North Pole, Belgium, chocolate, just a little fun little sign. This is our planned run of show for December 11th. We would like to load in first thing in the morning. We don't think we're going to take 4 hours for loading. We have 1 a.m. to 4 a.m. here, but it'll probably be shorter. We're just accounting for any, you know, weather or just accounting for as much time as possible. We have a lot of intricate details on our trees that we need to account for, so we're just giving ourselves plenty of time here. Our team, as well as the official Godiva team, will be on site at 9 a.m. once more, and we will have our truck open for product sampling at 11 a.m. We will end at 7 p.m. and we will start packing up and be loaded out by 9 p.m. This is our filming signage we have here. Our lawyer drafted this up. This is clearly says that we are taking photographs and video footage here today. Your attendance is your permission to use any images of you in all media, including all publicity and promotion communications of Godiva and on its website in perpetuity. If you choose to post on social media, please clearly and explicitly disclose that you have received complimentary product from Godiva. This will be posted all over our activation area. This is the chocolate that we will be giving out in case you are curious and would like to know more. We have a 6-piece truffle flights with milk small bars. In case you do not like sweet as much, we have dark small bars, and we have an 8-piece heritage collection. And again, we are handing this all out for free. We are not selling anything. We are not taking anyone's money. This is all free. In case you are wondering why, I will be brief here. But Godiva is from Belgium. Belgium, after World War II, was very in despair. The owner, being in Belgium, seeing his people in despair, decided to paint his trucks pink. And he wanted to paint them pink to help with the kids' spirits and lift them. Every time people saw pink trucks, they knew chocolate was being delivered. And it was a sign of happiness for the kids in dark times. And so he's continuing the tradition with bringing this new pink truck. That's a new everyone. That is, I am
Augustine, I'm
question.
sorry, it sounds like you're chopping up a little bit
Oh, I apologize. Oh, where was I chopping up last?
after the chocolate story of children.
I apologize.
I'm not sure if there's any other detail. I know that you've included some.
Basically, it was
Anything else?
a story of basically having pink trucks after World War II just to help raise the spirits of everyone at the time.
Thank you so much. Is there anything else to include there?
That is it. That is the brief run through. I'm open to any questions, and I'll leave the deck open in case anybody would like to review anything else.
And this is Todd here online. Can you read?
Todd, can you wait to be recognized?
Oh, sure.
Todd, you can ask your question.
I couldn't hear or see the disclaimer on the digital imagery. What, could you read it again or show it? I can't, it's too small.
It's too small. I apologize. I will read it once more if that's okay, or
No, just read it. It doesn't look very long. And I couldn't hear it.
of course. So yeah, I will read it. We're taking photographs and video footage here today. Use any images of you in all media, including all publicity and promotion, communications of Godiva, and on its website in perpetuity. If you choose to post on social media, please clearly and conspicuously disclose that you have received complimentary product from Godiva.
Oh, okay. I thought that's what it said. So this is you're taking pictures of them, or they're using it and posting it with your suggested wording.
We are taking photographs and video footage.
Oh, because what we usually like to see is getting the permission of the people attending to actually use their digital images, right? That's usually what we prefer to see, you know, other than de minimis images that may be taken if they're just passing in the vicinity.
This is actually relevant
Kelly is
to
our
this one.
person. You probably see that, right, Kelly. Thanks.
August, are you still there?
Yes, I'm still here. Todd,
Okay.
so would you be able to provide me any examples as well so I can adjust this if I need it?
Just tell them that in New York State, before you use somebody's digital image deliberately, you have to get their consent.
Todd, I'm not entirely sure about that as far as the legal process goes. But I think that as a community board, we can advocate for, you know, as much of the permission of likeness as we frequently ask people. And I applaud this applicant in making sure that they are getting video releases and are very explicit in that requirement.
I still not sure I heard clearly what he said.
Oh, it's well, they're getting the releases if they're going to do it to post to state and disclose the complimentary product. Oh, maybe I'm
No,
reading it wrong.
that's only if you post a picture of your complimentary product, you gotta say.
Oh, you gotta
that
say it was
received
free.
the compliment. Yeah, it was free.
Okay.
You didn't pay for it.
So
Yes, that's.
yeah, if they're filming, then yes, sorry, I misunderstood that. I thought you were saying that you were in fact getting releases signed.
They're saying the attendance permission.
Ah,
So your attendance is your signage of.
Yeah, that's not
that's
usually not good enough.
that's
for
not
us.
good for, that's definitely not going to be good enough for us, especially since there's actually filming this time
Yes.
as opposed to incidental filming. Mike,
Do we know for sure what, I'm sorry, I can't, my connection is not great. So they're saying that they are not getting the permission?
they're not, they're saying that, that was my misunderstanding too, actually. They're saying that they're not getting like video release permissions, but this is a circumstance in which I am also inclined to agree with you and your general use of video releases and wanting to go an extra step with requesting them and communicating that we need them, right? Michael, is that your understanding of the legal requirements there from your work in the space?
Yeah, and also reading this, I mean, it looks like that if you're posting, they basically want to disclose for other reasons, like in social media, that you have to disclose that you were compensated for the post, which is.
That's like a Facebook requirement.
Which is the second, well, and yeah, and other, well, legally, but as well, but, what I mean, attendance is not actually.
It's not good enough.
Yeah, attendance is never enough for someone to use your image commercially.
It's also not in alignment with this committee's general.
We should go with what we. did
What we
with the
generally do.
stats, Yeah.
I would be in agreement with that with Todd, actually.
Yeah,
going-
run it back by your lawyers and see if they can come up with something better.
Not just a disclaimer though, but an actual waiver if they.
If they plan to use the image
If they
in
plan
an
to use the image somewhere,
advertisement
yeah.
or social media, if the like applicant plans to,
Perfect.
for
And
like commercial purposes.
of course, and if you have any examples, if you can share that, that'd be super solid, so just we can make sure we're all aligned. But if I'm understanding correctly, we want a signed released waiver form.
Yeah, from anyone who's being used. And Todd, do you maybe have additional information about that you might be able to share with Annie, to share with the applicant?
I'm happy to do so.
Great.
We can pivot, of course.
Perfect.
Could you show,
Are there any additional questions for the applicant? Mike?
could you show the map of exactly where that's gonna be, please?
Yes, the floor plan, correct?
Let's face it, Harold Square, it's gonna take up the whole thing.
Listen.
Is this committee of the opinion that if it is chocolate taking up all of the public space, that we do
There's
not
so
have
many
any
other
problems
things
with it?
taking place. I'm just happy it's chocolate. Right.
We're talking right in front of Macy's?
This committee likes chocolate.
Are we
This
in
is
front of
actually,
Macy's?
this is actually inside Herald Square Park. So yes, this is in front of Macy's, but it's not in the plaza. So it's not directly in front of the Macy's entrance.
And there's not a lot of room in there, right? It's
Right.
pretty skinny.
Yes.
So this is actually wider than you think. So for reference, that
I
pink
know.
truck is 9 feet. Our entrance to the park is, per that map, about 13 feet wide. So it's quite wide.
So is this to scale? 20
Yeah.
by 9 is the size? And that's the room that is? Okay, great.
Okay,
What kind of turnout do you anticipate?
6,000 is what's new. 6,000 is
noted.
what's in the application.
What's in there?
6,000 people
6,000
Throughout the day,
6,000?
per day. Yeah,
over
per
the
day.
period of, what was the opening time and closing time?
9 a.m. till 7 p.m.
Do you have 6,000 candies to give out?
We
Or
actually do-
more?
We have more.
You do?
Oh, till
I'll be there.
4.
We are reassured by the.
I just have a
surplus
very
chocolate.
tangential concern. The bike lane over there is, as long as people are not blocking the bike lane, that would be, if the line snakes around,
The
that's,
bike lane.
yeah,
Yeah. the
No,
bike
up
lane's
there.
Yeah.
yeah, that's the bike lane.
Yeah, good.
Perfect. I will make a note of that too, and that's a special note I can tell my staff. One thing I did want to point out is, again, we have stanchions for crowd management, and our members are going to be there for crowd management. So I will make a special note about the bike lane as well.
You might just want to make sure you have enough stanchions and people, because it's free chocolate.
And it's outside of Macy's, it'll be packed.
CB5 loves chocolate.
It'll be
for the
popular.
record.
It is
Again.
holiday season.
That's
and
how
they-
it is.
We're into
Sure
this.
is.
We like this activation, I'm hearing. We anticipate it being very popular.
And thankfully, we've worked with Godiva many years, and we've done this activation before as well. So we have a lot of staff members ready for, letting people know about, hey guys, please be in line, please be tidy.
Sounds like on the
clean
application, there's
well.
even sanitation designated.
What about
So they're-
sanitation for the wrappers when people are eating?
They're bringing-
The extra sanitation. buckets to catch the dirt.
They're bringing sanitation.
Answer, yeah, go, no. answer.
Oh, right, so Ed.
Yeah,
Danny
they're
and
bringing-
Catherine can
they're
field.
bringing
Just
multiple
say
bins.
things, they are
bringing
bringing
And
sanitation.
individuals who were designated to handle the sanitation pickup afterwards.
And again, we have a good steward of the space, who knows the space and
We
the
certainly
crowds.
do.
And the other strength of the application is that it does have, it involves children and performance, and I don't know if they're out of school when they're performing, but it is noteworthy that it engages children. We find that in Herald Square, we don't realize that there are residential neighbors, children, and this is not just it is the chocolate, but it is a strength of the application that they have performances by arts groups and children involved. It's children focused for the holidays, so.
That's an excellent point, Catherine, to bring it back to the community and sort of the diversity of residents that we have in our district.
Were they done with the presentation?
Yes.
Oh, I thought they were done with the presentation and that
Well,
was.
I'm just saying. 'cause
Does anyone else
we're-
have any
we may
additional,
lose-
yeah, does anyone have any additional questions for the applicant? Any comments for the applicant? Oh, okay, Charles? You can unmute yourself. Can you unmute him?
I don't.
Charles, are you
I don't
there?
Have the access to them.
Over there.
It's on
Here.
it's on the thing. We lost Marisa.
Thank you.
This is happening like next week. Are we ready?
We're gonna, okay, so
Hi.
this is the way we end up doing this is we hear this, we hear it at the exact, and then we essentially inform the board that it's happened, but because of
Go
the
for it.
timing of these things.
So we'll draft the
Charles, you
resolution.
wanna go home?
So then exec will in fact
Oh,
refer it.
but this is for the 11th.
Yeah, it's a week from Wednesday.
Yeah, so exec happens on the Tuesday, so exec will hear it and then refer it to the board, but that's why we try to hear it as
But
soon as
then by the
possible,
board,
but
it'll be done.
by the board, it'll be done, but we want to.
Charles,
We
are
generally
you-
hear
is
it.
your
for the
hand raised,
opportunity.
Charles?
That's why we hear stuff
Thank
and we
you.
make them come.
We can't
because
hear you, Charles.
Otherwise. They're
What are we
timing on
ready in our
stuff.
resolution? Just that we approve?
Yeah, I mean, and.
Oh, am I muted?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Changes,
Yeah,
like
go
the way the
for it.
road
Oh,
changes
hi.
on the line, Like now they have talked to us and done it. We don't necessarily have to, but that's
If you
traditionally
talk
how we do
over
it.
him,
Sorry.
it's cutting.
All right,
I
Charles,
think I'm unmuted. Yes, sorry. Yeah, I definitely think we, like to make a motion to definitely approve, definitely, yeah.
Okay, great. Do I have a second?
Second.
Contingent to obviously. the-
Contingent to all of these conversations
video
and
stuff,
the
yeah.
video stuff. Michael, do you want to take us to a vote?
John,
Yes.
Catherine,
Yes.
Libby,
Yes.
Michael,
Yes.
Isabel,
Yes.
Charles,
Yes,
Annie,
Yeah.
Todd,
Yes.
me is a yes. And Myrtle,
Yes.
it passes, I believe it's 10-0-0.
So we just
Can
say,
I just say this is the longest meeting and I've been a member a long time?
Meeting, with that, meeting is adjourned.
But I want to say
Thank
to
you
all of
all. Really
I
appreciate your
admire
time.
Respect you. for
happy
all the time
holidays, everyone.
Worrying about our little items. And I feel a lifelong connection with all 7 of you.
we'll always have this evening.
Wait, do we need to adjourn or?
I already, everyone. It was a sound.
Well, you guys were, I'm very impressed. It was very complicated. I wish.
Thank you.
I
Thank
wish
you,
the lease
Augustine.
had been done by today. That was our aim.
Yeah.
No,
The lease is
Yeah,
just,
no,
uh,
it,
we also
there's still some
understand.
issues.
by trying to